Hello, hello. How you guys doing? Looks like we got a few more minutes to get past this queue. I don't know why I don't have any sound. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. Also, since we have a couple minutes, I will go ahead and see if we can use game capture on this game. Let's see. Hey, it works. Okay, so our goals today are going to be clear the second solo dungeon and respec the mage. Probably not in that order. We'll probably respec first. We need to do some testing, get some numbies, and finalize what our build's going to be. And then in the meantime, let's see here. I'm going to mess with a couple things while we're sitting in queue. See if I can get this music to play. Hopefully it comes back on when we get in game. I miss the old sound mixer. This one's so hidden now. Okay, let's see. Got my virtual audio cable. Okay, that didn't change anything. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think I changed my audio from the monitor to my headset. So hopefully it doesn't just end up muting the game. Some applications don't really seem to know what's going on when you change the audio in the middle, but we'll see what happens. 200 more places in queue. So the question we need to answer today is willpower versus courage. I went super heavy into ints and then fairly heavy into courage. We're going to dial both of those back and divert a lot of the points into willpower. So the question is, how much? How much are we going to divert? This queue's moving pretty quick. I was like 2,000 when I tried to log in a little while ago. Got through 2,000 people pretty quick. I wonder if it's does someone have to log off for us to get in, or I wonder if it just throttles the amount of people that can get in a row, so it has like time to spin up more channels. Because the game pretty consistently has 7.5K on Steam. So if server capacity is still 5K, then yeah, I guess people are logging off. Or I don't know if he ended up. Someone said he might have increased it to 6K. But either way, guess I should have started the stream like 5 minutes later. I thought it'd be done by now. How you guys doing? Any other mages in chat yet? I need some other mages to bounce theory crafting off of. Here's what I got so far. I have 2 int equals 1 crit, 1 courage equals 2 crit. I think that's 2 wisdom equals 1, or 2 willpower equals 1 int through the wisdom buff. Because when I was increasing my willpower, I would increase it by 3, and the buff would jump by 2, and then I'd increase it by 3, and the buff would jump by 1. So it'd go 2 1 2 1. So I think we're getting 1.5 intelligence per 3 willpower. So that would be 2 to 1, which is kind of the same as courage. Courage for our fire spells specifically will increase our damage every 2 points of courage. Is the same as 1 int. But the benefit of courage is that it also gives us a bunch of crit. However, there's another buff, Boon of Clairvoyance, that also gives us crit. And I need to double check this one, but I think it's 1 crit, or I think it's 5 crit per 1 willpower. And so if we assume that has 50% uptime, or a little bit less than 50% uptime, then that's worth about 2 to 2.5 crit per point, which is the same as Courage. So overall, plus we get ice damage. So in theory, our fire damage would be the same because all the damage we're getting from Courage would be in Intelligence instead, but it would still scale. We would get additional ice damage, and we'd end up with the same amount of crit, but it would be reliant on having that buff, having like really good uptime on that buff, pretty much spamming it. So that's kind of the current theory I'm going with, which means willpower would actually be slightly better than Courage. Gonna throw you a follow. I have to jam to get my wife from work. I'm running a cleric, almost level 23. All right, dude. Yeah, we'll be around. We'll catch you when you're not driving. I played a cleric in beta. It was a lot of fun. I almost rolled a cleric in launch after playing the mage, but I ended up making a pally alt instead. Paladins are just out of control right now. Cheers. Yeah, have a good one, dude. We'll catch you soon. These paladins, man, you can't CC them. You can't burst them. They just charge you over and over again. If their health gets low, they just walk away. No, actually, if their health gets low, they just lay on hands. They don't really need to walk away. Okay, we're in, I think. Oh, from 2 to 1? Okay, there we go. Now we're in. All right, I hear audio. That's a good sign. Okay, so, well, hold on real quick. Let's just see if there's anybody we can bully real fast. And then I'm going to go to town and do some testing. Nobody on this channel? 41 channels open at the moment. Alright. Let's go to town. So, how much XP do I have? I have 1,700. That's not enough to really test anything. So, we're probably just going to... I'm probably just going to slam the respec right away. The main thing I want to confirm... I want to confirm the ratio that I have on Boon of Clairvoyance. Do we have any mages in chat that can tell me the values for their 2 buffs? So I can get kind of a... So I can confirm my math. Here, I'm going to poke a couple of the mages in Discord too. See if I can get theirs. I have 201, and the buff is 1005 crit. Okay. Okay, so then I believe that confirms. Yeah, because I'm at 85. And my buff is 425. Okay, so it doesn't fall off or anything like that. Clairvoyance. I always said clairvoyance. Is that wrong? Has it been clairvoyance this whole time? Did you guys know that? Okay, so 1 will equals 5 crits. Making some notes here. Finding a good mage. May I ask how I see my power? You can't see your power till level 25. And then it'll just pop up right here on your character screen. Went to the extra syllable store? Yeah. At least I don't say melee or turret. What's the other one that people like to add a syllable to that's in gaming a lot? Okay, so what about your Vim of Wisdom? What are you getting right now for your Vim of Wisdom? I'm getting 48, which is a weird number. It must have a base that it's then... It probably gives like 5 or 10 at base, is my guess. Yeah, if it gives 5 at base, then this makes sense. If it's 5 base, then 85 willpower would get me 48 int. I think that's it. That one I can't figure out. What's your final willpower and what's the buff say? Do people buy depleted keys? Never seen people selling them. No idea what they're worth. Is that the key to the second dungeon? Yeah, people will definitely buy those. I'll buy them. Let's see. We don't see them in chat. Are they on the... Everyone's trading on the Dreadmyst database now. Let's see if they're on here. Item name. It might only be gear for now. Yeah, I just see gear on here. I don't see the keys. I feel like I've seen people selling them now. I don't see why they wouldn't. Because, I don't know, a lot of people probably can't run it still. That's for the second dungeon, right? The depleted? Depleted keys drop from the boss. You still have to get Dale gems, though. Depleted keys drop from the boss. So those are not the final... People will buy the final product. Yeah, if the depleted key is the one that you get from the boss, then no, I don't think anyone's going to buy that. I don't even know if you can buy that. Can you even trade it? The one that people want is when you combine the Dale gem with the dungeon key to get the second dungeon key. That's what people will buy. Whatever that's called. What points in life and mana? Yeah, you want to put at least 1,000 into health. I have 1,100. I would say 1,000 is minimum. And then mana's cheap, so yeah, I'll at least put like 600 or 800. Yeah, the undercourse key. Barracks key and undercourse key. Those are the two that people will trade. I don't think the depleted key will trade. You're going to have to combine it first. .202 will, the buff is 106 int. Okay, so yeah. Then if we subtract 5, that totally works. 202 will is giving you 101 int. Yeah, so it starts at 5 and then it goes up 1 int every 2 will after that. Okay, confirmed. Let's make a notes. Okay, so then if 2 willpower is always worth 1 int, and 1 willpower is always worth 5 crit, then it's starting to feel like willpower might just be a better stat. We're going to have to look at damage scaling. Because I know every 2 points of courage will increase our fire damage. And I know every 1 point of int will, but I don't know if they increase the same amount. I think the only way we're going to be able to figure it out is to respec. You guys ready to see my money go bye-bye? Whoops, I didn't mean to sell that miner. Oh! The vendor doesn't want my Dale gem? I need to pay attention to what I'm selling. Okay. Strength scrolls, absolutely useless. Actually, I should be saving those for my pally. Okay. Who do we respec with? Is it this guy? Azraelis the Pure? I require a respecialization. 500,000. Oh, guys, I was really hoping he was going to make this cheaper. I was kind of holding out the last 2 days. Because I've needed to respec for a while now. I was really hoping it was going to get cheaper. What drops Dale Gems? Alright, there we go. We did it. We respect. You have mail. No longer meet the requirements for some of your gear. Oh, I'm naked. Wait, there's mail in this game? Oh, that's crazy. Look at all this stuff I can't wear. Okay. You get Dale Gems at Hillsfar Dale. Get it? Because it's the Dale. So Dale Gems. And it drops off of... I think it drops off both the regular and the elite mobs. So whatever you can handle. If you can't handle the elites, then you can just kill the regulars. Okay, so it's time to figure out some damage formulas. You think it's 1 to 2 with a 5-stat base? Yeah, it's got to be. Is there a place to see the damage calculation formula to optimize? No, we're trying to figure that out right now. I know Grind Enjoyer has done a bunch of stuff with Ranger, so he might have... On the Ranger spreadsheet, he might have something. Wonder if it's a bug you can move while summoning the Return Obelisk. Probably. I think you can drop one of those in Arena. It'd be kind of funny if you could get someone to misclick it. Don't tell anyone that I suggested that. Okay, so let me bring up the spreadsheet. Let's make some notes. So right now, man, that's still so much damage. How much int do I have? I have 343 int with like no gear on? Okay, I guess I have some gear on. Okay, 383 int, 334 courage. And we'll check both Ignite and Inferno just to be thorough. So right now Ignite is 433 to 505. Plus 134. And Inferno is 1019 to 1189. Okay, so oh boy, data entry. Should we do Scorch too? Why not? Let's check. Let's do Scorch too. We're not gonna do Fireball because it spells bad. I want to see if it's the same scaling for every spell or if it's like a percentage. Okay, so we've got Scorch on there. Willpower is currently 15. Let's do chains as well. $307 to 358. And then Ice Shard. 362 to 422. Okay, so where do you want to start with this? Let's do... We should level these spells up. Yeah, all those values that I did are about to be useless. Yeah, we should do this at level 5 to see how much of an increase we're really getting here. Okay, so... Yeah, Ice Shard, Chains, and... 9. Okay, that everything? All right, I'm going to keep track of the experience that we're investing too. So what was that? 12,250. All right, I got to redo these numbers. So, everything's low again. That's weird. Okay. And my int and courage. After I spent XP, all my stats changed. I wonder if no, that wouldn't work. I was gonna say I wonder if there's an exploit where you can respec and like keep stats from the gear that pops off of you. But it looks like once you spend the XP, it resets everything again. Okay, so... Well, it's good that we did that, because the numbers would have been all wrong anyways. Okay, so now we're at 176 int. We're at 153 courage. We're at 15 will. What up, Kodo? What is better, int and courage? Hi, hello? One question, how can I respec my character? You go over to this guy and you right-click and you spend $500,000. A little expensive. We're working that out right now, Freddy. I know you just got here, but if you watched for 10 seconds, you'd see what's happening. Instead of spamming. Okay, so Ignite's 269. I mean, int is definitely your best stat, hands down. Int is your best stat. But as far as willpower versus courage, that's what we're figuring out right now. Okay. Inferno. 627. $732. 2. Okay, then Scorch 300 to 351. Chains 197 to 230. And then Ice Shard 231 to 270. Okay, so first things first. Some of these are not always going to go up, so we need to figure out what the. Let's just put 1 point into int. It's probably. I'm guessing every point of int is going to affect damage, but I don't think we'll actually see it until we confirm. Yeah, like we don't see an upgrade here. We don't see any of these tooltips change, so we have to spend the ints. And then we have to look. Is there anything else we want to test while we're doing this? It's really just the damage and the buff that scale. I don't think we need to look at anything else. I already tested resists. We know the formula for resist. I think we know the formula for crit, but we'll double check it. I guess we could figure out the staff formula. The staff and wand formula. Yeah, 500k is a lot. I was really hoping he was going to drop it, but there is a lot of money coming into the economy, so I think everyone should get one free respec at max and then 500k. Or if you're not going to get a free one, it should get lowered to like 1 or 200k. 500 just seems rough. It's not like people are going to be respecing over and over again. The respec is mainly just like, oh, I was new to the game and I didn't know what I was doing, and now I'm max and I've been playing for a few days and I need different stats. Like, that's mainly the respec. I don't think a lot of people are going to be respecing over and over again. So I hope he just lets everyone have a free one. High level folks who can chain run the dungeons are rolling in gold. Yeah, I think he should have nerfed that too. Instead of increasing repair costs, I think he should have just nerfed dungeon gold. Your base numbers are huge compared to starting. Yeah, they go up a lot. What's better, staves and wands? They're the same, Freddy. They're basically the same. Whichever one, if you find a good staff, then use that. If you find a good wand, then use that. That's pretty much all it comes down to. So this actually shows, when we're spending, it shows my... Okay. It shows only your invested points. Look at that. So it looks like every 3 ints. Okay. Well, that was easy. Every 3 ints. Let me write that down real quick. Three int equals 1 staff / mace. We don't even have to commit points to that. Okay, let's check strength now. Looks like it's probably also going to be divided by 3. Yep. Okay. And then, what's the last one? Courage? Okay, courage. So that's... I guess that's maybe a minor reason to invest in courage, as you do get weapon skill out of it. Theoretically, that would make you parry more. I don't know how much of a value that really is, though. It feels like we don't know a whole lot right now about parry and dodge. Sorry, my English is very bad. That's okay. Mine is too. Okay, so we've got the weapon skill formula. Here, before I forget, let's max these out. These 10k each. Yeah, that's mandatory. Okay. We don't care about melee or range crit. We have the resist formula. We have the skill formula. Let's look at weapon, or let's look at spell scaling now. So let's commit 1 point of intelligence. And let's check these numbies. What order is this in? Okay, so Ignite is now 270 to 315. So that's just straight up 1 damage. But then the dot gains 2 damage. And then once we notice a few patterns here, we can simplify this a little bit. Like, we might not need minimum and maximum. We might just be able to go off maximum and kind of use that as a baseline. If they always increase together, then we don't have to track both numbers. Okay, so Ice Shard gained 1 damage. Chains of Ice gained, yeah, 1. So far, they all gained 1 minimum, 1 maximum damage. Except for Inferno. Inferno gained 2. Wow. That's so much. That's like twice as much. Okay, Scorch gained 1. Ignite gained 1. Although it gains 2 on the dot. Okay, let's do it again. Okay, so now Inferno gained 3 damage. I wonder if it's going to continue going up or if that's just a rounding thing. Chains gained 1. It might be that Inferno's getting 2.5 damage. Ice Shard gained 1 minimum, 1 maximum. Scorch gained 1 minimum, 1 maximum. And interesting. Ignite gained 1 minimum, 1 maximum, and then 0 on the dot. So it goes 2 0 2 0 instead of just 1. That's kind of odd. Okay, let's do it again. Okay, now it jumped by 2 damage, but the dot stayed the same. Something wacky happening with Ignite. Did I say wackety? Okay, and then Chains gained a maximum damage, but not a minimum damage. Boy, this is going to be hard to figure out. I thought this was going to be a little cleaner. Ice Shard gained 2. Bro, these numbers are going all over the place. Okay, I'm going to have to make some additional notes here. Give me 1 second. I need a gain column. Okay, so I don't suppose he published these formulas anywhere, did he? That would make this a lot easier. Anyone know what the PvP side of Dreadmyst is like? Haven't gotten to that high level yet. You have 2v2 arena, and then you've got world PvP at Minotaurs or at the Dragon Boss in the right corner of the map. It's pretty much one of those 3 things that you're going to PvP over. They're all pretty fun. Are we min-maxing? Yeah, we're trying. Crit does seem so bad when you got to divide it by 25, but so cheap early on. Yeah, other people were putting a lot more into crit than I was. I don't know if it's really worth going crit over main stat. I only did 400 into crit in my initial build. So we'll see if we can find an excuse to put more than that, but I suspect we're not going to be using as much crit as other mages. It's not a curve, it's a sine wave. There's spell coefficients for Int and Cur on the Dreadmyst FAQ only for fire spells. Okay, let's try to see if we can make sense of those. So I'm getting a heavy traffic warning. Alright, which tab are we looking at? Look at the spell tab. Okay. Here we go. So they have the coefficients for weighted spell coefficients. What do they mean by weighted? Yeah, okay, so generally courage is worth half of int. That's good to know. That kind of confirms previous testing, except for ignite. I don't know what's going on with Ignite there. I don't know. Are they combining the dot? I don't know how they're reaching that value. Inferno with a coefficient of 1.1. That just doesn't seem correct, though. Unless they mean 1.1, like, percentage? Flat. They say flat damage increase. I'm definitely getting more than 1.1 damage per int on Inferno. Here, let me see exactly how much I'm getting. How am I gonna note this? Okay, no, that's gonna be too hard. But I'm getting here. We can just note like Inferno gain. I can make that a column. So putting 1 point into Inferno, I'm getting 2 minimum, 2 maximum, and then I'm getting 3 minimum, 3 maximum. And then I'm getting 3 minimum, 3 maximum again. So the coefficient has to be over 2. It's got to be close. It's got to be like 2.8. Is this... You released the source code a couple... Yeah, someone go look at that. 400 divided by 25 is good crit, I think. 16%. Well, yeah, you'll have a lot more crit from your buffs and your gear on top of that. So it's not like that's your end result. I had around like 1,000 crit total from all my courage and everything after investing 400 points. So that's a pretty good crit rate. And then you could buff to make it go even higher. Have you calculated how much int increased the buff per will? Yeah, 2 willpower is 1 int, but it goes up in chunks of 3. So it's a little wonky, but it averages out to exactly 1 int for 2 willpower. You ain't coming through the C++? Yeah, I'm not either. All right, well, man, I guess I am gonna note this. Hold on, it's gonna take a second, but I need to make this easier to see. Okay, so Ignite gained 1-to-1 plus 2, and then 1-to-1 plus 0, and then 2-to-2 plus 0. See, this is why you got to do all your own testing. Yeah, I don't know if maybe this was true like a week ago and then it got patched for launch. Maybe there's some rebalancing because I think he did some balancing for launch, didn't he? Didn't he say something like that? Didn't Paladin get nerfed? And they're still overpowered? Smile. Okay, Scorch. Scorch gained 1-to-1, and then 1-to-1, and then 1-to-2. No, 2-to-2. Slightly less confusing. Okay, and then Chains gained 1-to-1, and then 1-to-1, and then 0-to-1. That's maddening. Okay, Ice Shards gained 1 and 1, and then it gained 1 and 1, and then it gained 2 and 2. So this is what it looks like so far. This is for 1 point event. So I don't know, very weird. Like this is fine right here, but then the 3rd point, everything gets kind of wacky. So there's probably some rounding going on. We're just gonna have to keep getting more data, and then a pattern hopefully emerges. Wouldn't be surprised if it's dated or just plain wrong. Well, it can't be, the coefficient for Inferno can't be 1.1. For Scorch, it probably isn't 0.8 because again, we gained 1 and then we gained 1 and then we gained 2. So it's probably higher than 1. Fireball, I'm not gonna bother checking because I don't ever even use it. And then Ignites, I just don't really even know what this means for Ignite. I don't know if it's just for the dot. I don't know if it's just for the damage. I don't know if they did some weird calculation where they tried to combine both. But okay, looks like that's all we get as far as the FAQ. So now we're on our own. Let's go to 180 now. And then I guess while I'm doing this, I should be checking spell crit too. Seeing how much of that we're getting. Okay, so Inferno is still getting... It's still getting like 2 to 3 damage per point event. Scorch is still getting at least 1. We'll probably do this for like 10 points event, and then that should be enough. No reason it would have to be more complicated than that. Ignites might be the tricky one. Okay, so Ignite went up 1 and 1 plus 2. Inferno went up 2 and 2. Scorch went up 1 and 1. Chains went up 1 and 1. Ice Shard went up 1 and 1. Okay. Yeah, I suspect that we're going to see the same thing happen for the next 2 points event, and then it's just going to repeat. So, let's see. 1 point... I'm at 177 spell crit right now with nothing invested. We should be able to just figure that out from... it's weird though, isn't it? Because... if we look at... Okay, this is kind of helpful. So if we look at it without stats, like if we just look at invested, it looks like... Is it 3 int equals 1 crit? How are they getting... There's something going weird with the base value of spell crit. Okay, so we start off as a mage with 20 int and 10 courage. I wonder how much spell crit you have as like a just uninvested level 1 mage. Anyone know? Any new mages? So that went up by 1 for 3 points. Okay, another 3 points. Yeah, so it looks like crit is going up once every 3 ints. Which is confusing to me because I put that 2 int equals 1 spell crit before. So now I'm worried that it changes depending on how much you're investing or something. I don't know. Okay, same with spell crit. So it did nothing and then it went up by 2. And then it did nothing twice. And then it went up by 2. And then it did nothing twice, went up by 2. Okay. So 3 courage equals 1 spell crit. See, this is also very confusing because when I tested this before, every point of courage was making my spell crit go up. So, yeah, this is all very confusing. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know why it's a different result now. Is there PvP in this already? Yeah, Adam. It's a very PvP-centric game. There's lots of PvP. Shouldn't it be 5 like the other 2? Shouldn't what be 5? We tried the second dungeon, couldn't kill the first boss. Was it party comp, Zabby, or gear, or skill issue? What was going on? How the DC rollback's been today? I don't know. I've only been on for like an hour, but it's been stable so far. Default crit. Yeah, you're probably right. That's pretty keen. So if we assume it's weird though, because we don't get any strength or agility for free. We do get some courage for free, but it doesn't modify these. So like that's weird, right? Because if base courage is 5, but we get 5 for free, and that's effectiveness, then shouldn't we have like 6 or 7 here? I mean, I have nothing invested in spell crit right now, and only 4 points invested in int, and we're already at 14. So maybe I don't know. I don't know how to figure out the base values. I'll have to make a fresh mage. What's the best stats upgrade on mage? Only level 12. Cody, while you're leveling, you want to put a lot into int and willpower. You want some into courage. We're trying to figure out how much courage you actually need. But the more testing I do, the more I'm leaning more into willpower rather than courage, possibly. You also want health and mana. These are cheap. While you're leveling, you want to get some health and mana. You want to get a little bit of meditate while you're leveling too. In the long run, you don't need a lot, so don't go crazy. But for leveling, having some meditate is nice. And then I wouldn't worry about resists and all that stuff, or weapon skill while you're leveling. Once you get to like level 20, you have a better idea of what you want, then you can start to solidify your builds. Spell crit is good too. You want some spell crit. Especially early on. Crit is super valuable early on when you're fighting low level stuff. But yeah, int should always be your most expensive one. Gear skill issue, but we just need to throw ourselves at it more. Yeah, yeah. Ravens, this game is very good. I highly recommend that you pick it up. Seen someone dumped 100k into spell crit. Yeah, I don't think that's worth it. There's other ways of getting crit from your main stats. But these formulas are also very confusing. So we're working on it right now. I need a bigger second monitor. Okay, let's put another point into int. Spell crit didn't change. J-Big, thanks for the 22. Mage Staff is probably best since mana goes Zoom. Mage Staff is probably best. What do you mean? I didn't put any points into Staff. I think all that does is give you a chance to parry. It doesn't affect your spell damage. Upside Yonder, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Played to level 14 or 15. Never seen the combat and skills plus points. I don't think there's a difference between Staff and Wand. I think they're pretty much identical. Critting is an easy one, possibly. If crits are 2x damage, they can translate directly to damage. It's 1.5. I think crits are 1.5. Yeah, critting is really important in this game, especially since you have to burst people in PvP. Like, there's a lot of healing and a lot of shields in PvP. So, if you want to kill someone, raw DPS isn't as important as burst DPS. Although, you know, it's important, it's just not as important. So, critting is definitely valuable. But I think it's only 1.5. Okay, Inferno. Here, we'll do Chains and Ice. Okay, 2-point jump on Chains. Only one on Ice. A 2- and 3-point jump on Inferno. And then Scorch. One and one. I think that's the first time Inferno has done that, unless I wrote it down wrong, which is always possible. Chains going up by 2 is weird. It's starting to make me wonder if there's if these are not flat increases. Can only confirm that theory from mom testing with PvP tests on new characters. Based on my weapon skill tests, you may get deleted because of no staff skill. +1 damage for every skill over the target. Oh, so if you have low weapon skill, they don't just hit you more often, they get you more damage too. They get more damage too. Huh. Notice you can link items from the vendor. About to link some insanely godly rolls. See how many people DM me. I'm sure there's plenty of ways to link fake items if you really want to. Alright, back to the spreadsheet. What are we doing? Let's put another point on the end. Okay, so now we're at 182. Still didn't gain a point of crit. Why was I getting different values? Man, I don't know. It's tripping me up. I'm wondering if, like... I'm wondering what it could be. I'm gonna have to go check my VOD from the other day, I guess, and see if I made a mistake in the test. I feel like I was pretty careful. Okay, chains. Gained another 1 point. Ice shard gained another 1 to 2 points. I'll probably do one more. I think we've got the overall pattern more or less. I'll probably do like 2 more of these. It doesn't need to be super exact for us to figure out how many points we need to invest. Yeah, see, that time Ignite barely gained anything. It gained 0 minimum, 1 max, and 0 on the dot. Which is very bizarre because earlier we had a level up that gained us 2 minimum and 2 maximum. So, like, how could that be possible? I guess if the final values are being rounded, even then, I don't know how that would work. There's something weird going on. Maybe we can ask the dev. Anyone got a direct line? I'll have Cannon ask him. Okay, I'm gonna do 2 more of these. Oh, he's here. What up, dude? What's wrong? Oh, I'm just trying to figure out the formulas for the spells. So here, I'll show you what I'm looking at. Just got an ad? Someone gift this man a sub. This game gave me the most enjoyment I had in 2 years or so. Dude, I agree. I agree. It is absolutely wild how enjoyable this game is. How far into ads are we? Just open up the stream on YouTube. Or Kick. I don't think there's any ads. Dude, they make it so hard to manage your ads on Twitch. Watch on YouTube, no ads? Yeah, true. There it is. Ishk with the gifted sub. Appreciate you, Ishk. Alright, Dread. Now can you hear me now? Are you out of ad hell? It's refreshing not having a game figured out in beta/alpha testing. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a handful of people that have it figured out, but not like super figured out like most games. Okay, yeah, Dread, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm just trying to figure out how the stats work in this game. So, like, how much crit I get from Int and Courage. And then I'm trying to figure out the spell coefficients, because this is how much damage I'm gaining on each level. So, I mean, some of these I can see just being rounding, but it's still, like, a little hard. Like, unless I recorded it wrong, how did chains get 0 to 1 here, but, like, 2 minimum, 2 maximum here? Even with rounding, I don't know how that works. Inferno seems fairly straightforward. It's probably just a high 2 point something coefficient. Same with Scorch, probably like 1.6 or 1.5. Actually, I don't know, probably like 1.3. But then, I don't know what's going on with Ignite. And I mean, it doesn't matter that much, but yeah, I'm just trying to figure it out. Was buying purple gear from players, and I was just picking it because it was purple and had strength, courage. Are there sets? No, there's no sets. There's generally so you can see all the different affixes in the FAQ spreadsheet that's floating around. But yeah, generally it'll be like dolphin, which is int will, or it'll be like squid, which is int courage, and then it'll have another. It'll be like, I don't know. I don't know what the other ones are, like abundant or whatever. I think that's health mana. So the name of the item will tell you which stats it's going to have, but there's no sets. And then the first part just says the item's rarity. So like holy is pink, godly is purple. So you'll have like godly skirt of the abundant dolphin. And then that tells you what you need to know. How's the game want to make money? So far the game has not attempted or expressed any desire to make money. At least not anytime soon. Maybe in the distant future. He would have to rework some of the assets to make it a commercial product. Got to replace some of the icons and stuff. Did we lose Dreadmyst to ads? Well, we're always losing people to ads. Okay, so I don't know. We'll do one more line. Let me finish recording these. Man, if you could just tell me how it works, though, that would save me so much time. What I'm most worried about is that if my stats get really high, if there's like some percentage, if it's not just flat damage, if there's like some percentage coefficients, and then things start to act differently with like a bunch of gear and stats invested compared to where we are now. That's kind of what I'm most worried about. And then the other thing that I'm worried about is just the crit formula. I cannot figure out why I was getting such different outcomes leveling crit the other day. I don't know if there was a bug, but I'm not getting the same numbers with crit at all. So that's concerning. Okay, so Ignite gained 1-1 plus 0. Inferno gained another 2-2. Scorch gained 2-2. Chains. My brain is melting. Look at these numbers. Okay, I think that's a pretty good for int. I think that's pretty good. I think it's time to move on to courage. Let's try to get a sense for what courage does to these. Am I doing dungeon T2 or T1? I'm going to be trying the T2 dungeon today. But it's going to be a little while. I've got to finish going through my respec first. Okay. First point of courage. Is there anything else I need to check before we commit this? I don't think so. No change to spell crit. And so we're expecting this to increase about half as much as int does. And then we're expecting it to do nothing to the ice spells, which so far it hasn't. Man, still a big jump in Inferno damage. I don't know. I don't know, you guys. Maybe there is some kind of curve to this. Honestly, that was kind of a ton of damage overall. So we gained 1 to 2 plus 0 on Ignite. We gained... maybe he increased the courage scaling compared to beta? Yeah, all of these are going up more than I expected. Except for the ice. Let's do another point. No change to spell crit either. Okay. I guess next level it'll go up by 2 then. Bring it all day, made 1.5 mil just doing the solo dungeon. I'm getting close to 7k combat rating. On what class? Watching Moreland figure out mage stats so I don't have to. Well, we just had the dev in here a second ago, but he got hit with ads. Tragic. Do you guys see there's even more r/MMORPG subreddit drama? Dude, what is with that subreddit? Why is everyone in that subreddit, including the moderator, like so weird? Pally? Is the solo dungeon on Pally just a piece of cake? They all want to make an MMO and can't. Is it? That's what it feels like. People just can't believe that one guy did this. They have to find a way to sabotage him. It's actually so crazy. Okay, I see how this works. So the reason why the numbers looked too high is because every other point of courage is gonna... See, that was no effect at all there. Okay, okay. So it's probably the same coefficient as int. It's just it's every other point. Okay. That simplifies things a lot. I was about to get very confused after seeing that last level up. Okay, so then let's do another point. And we should expect spell crit to go up by 2 here. And then we should expect to see... Yep. And we should expect to see a similar gain to 1 point event. Let's see if that holds true. Yeah, Inferno gaining... Uh-oh. Nope, it's gaining more. It has to be flat plus some kind of percentage. I don't think it's purely flat, because we just gained 4 max... How could that be a rounding thing? We just gained 4 max damage on Inferno. In a single level up. When previously it was always 2 or 3. Interestingly, the dot portion of Ignite has not gone up in like 6 points. But when it does go up, it goes up by 2. That's kind of interesting. It could just be Inferno that has... All right, let's see. Ignite went up 1 plus 0. Pretty normal. Inferno, this is the weird one. It went up 3 men 4 maximum. We haven't seen that yet. And then Scorch also went up 1 and 1. Pretty normal. Okay, let's do a couple more. Gonna have to do at least 2 more, maybe 3 more. Okay. We're not 157 courage. Spell crit, no change, as expected. Ignite. No change. I think all of it's going to be no change. Yeah, okay. So, confirming every other point, no change. Okay, next. 158 courage. Spell crit, no change. Should go up by 2 next level. Ignite. We'll do Inferno and Scorch since they're on the screen. Inferno gaining 1 to 2. Huh. Okay, unexpected. We went from the biggest gain to the smallest gain on Inferno in 1 level. What if the level ups are random, like in BDO? You guys remember that? What if you just gain a random amount of stats when you when you increase your courage? It takes courage to spend points on courage because you don't know what you're going to get. Okay, so Ignite went up. 1 to 1 plus 0. It kind of feels like we're getting less on Ignites. Inferno feels... Oh, you... It might be... I don't know. I'm trying to think of like how the rounding could get weird if it's... Since it's leveling up every other level. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, we need to do 2 more points of courage and then we should have a mostly complete picture here. Okay, so this is going to increase our spell crit, but it's not going to increase any of our actual spells. Let's just confirm. Ignite, same number. Inferno, same number. Scorch, same number. Okay. Ice spells, yeah, everything's same. Okay, we'll do 1 more, and then we should have some kind of pattern. Hopefully. Is there a way to reset experience investments? You can respec for 500,000. Dead assets, a sine wave. Do you know what sine wave it is? First dungeon boss is in the second one as a mob. 2 of them there in packs. You got to take 2 at a time. Yeah, I'm gonna do that on Mage. I don't think it'll be that bad because we can CC, so we can split all the packs in half. If you're in the Dreadmyst Discord, check the Mage channel pins. Someone figured out the coefficients and posted them. Or ignore me. Yeah, sorry, dude. I'm not. I'm looking at a spreadsheet. I wasn't looking at chat for 10 seconds. Don't take it personally. Okay, let's look at the Mage pin. This guy did 180 into int, 150 into will. That makes me feel a little bit less bad about putting 190 into int when I first leveled. 807 into spell crit though. Damn, like really? I almost wonder if putting more points into spell crit makes it level up harder with your stats. Yeah, those coefficients that are pinned in Discord are wrong. They're just for sure not right. I don't know what the source of those are or how people are getting those coefficients, but I can show you that those for sure are not correct. Got through the queue, forgot, and then got DC'd. Yeah, do I need to like move around a bit so I don't get AFK kicked? Only thing I know is that I went deep into courage. Fire damage was not that much higher in an actual fight. I don't know if it's because people have fire resists. Your courage will increase your fire damage about half as much as your int will, is what it looks like. Yeah, resist will cut the damage in half. Int will is the safest bet. It's starting to look that way, yeah. The reason I went so deep into courage is because when I was leveling up courage, I was getting 2 points of crit per point of courage, but now I'm not. Now that's not happening. So I don't know if you have to invest a bunch into crit first and then you get more out of it from courage. I don't quite understand. That's probably what I'm going to do next. I'll probably put like a couple hundred into spell crit and then see if the formula changes. I don't know if there's thresholds. You put 1k into crit. Played this game last week and it felt pretty awesome. Playing with Cleric. Some tips, please. For Cleric, get a lot of willpower if you want to heal. There's a bunch of ways to build Cleric, dude. You could build it tanky. You could go like full into heals. Some people build it more aggressive. Some people build like melee Cleric with strength. And they like get in people's face with Holy Smite and Hallowed Strike or whatever it's called. So it's kind of up to you. I think Cleric is one of the more versatile classes. You want to decide how supporty or how offensive you want to be. I pumped 710 into crit, so with buff I have 1100. 8 out of 10 of my skill seems to crits. Not much testing has been done. Well, it's probably not 8 out of 10, right? It's probably like 40 or 50%. Cleric is a monster. Okay, let me try to not lose track of what I was doing. So what did we just do? We just pumped courage to 159. Okay, we need to do one more point. Did I write all this down already? Okay. $182. So now Inferno goes up by another 3 points, minimum maximum. Ignite. $2 points. The dot still hasn't changed. The dot has not changed in 7 points of courage and 5 points of int. It's been 108 the whole time. Even though it went up from 104 to 108 and like 3 points of int earlier. So who knows? Probably a sine wave. Sine wave gaming. Okay, so here's what we got. Is that really 1 to 3? Let me double check that. $313 to $366. Yeah, okay. So these are the gains for int up here, and these are the gains for courage down here. So every other level of courage does nothing. And obviously it always does nothing for ice. But if we compare, yeah, it's a little weird because like for ints, we gain 1 min, 1 max, 1 min, 1 max, and then 2 and 2. Like it's pretty straightforward, and then you come down here and it gets like I would expect this to be 2 and 2, but instead it's 1 and 3. I don't know. It's similar, but something weird. And then Inferno was always gaining like 2 and 2 or 3 and 3. Here's a 2 and 3. We come down here, suddenly there's a 3 and 4. Suddenly there's a 1 and 2. So it's not exact, but I think we can more or less guess how much damage we're going to get. The question is, now if we suddenly have like 300 more points of int, do these numbers change? You know, is there a percentage that's tied to this? Same with spell crit. I think the next thing I want to verify is spell crit, because these spell crit numbers are just not at all matching with what I was testing over the weekends. There wasn't like a balance patch over the weekend, was there? Is it in-game music or your own playlist? It's the in-game music, yeah. Is it true that you can only get 1 key to the barracks at a time until you bank it? Nobody has disproved that. So until it's been disproven, we're all assuming that it's true. To me, that rumor stands to be true. Yeah, there's been lots of anecdotes of people saying that they grinded for like several hours and didn't get any keys, and then as soon as they put their key in the bank, they started getting drops again. I've heard multiple people say that, so could be tinfoil, but just to be safe, I'd probably bank. It's a weird mechanic, for sure. So Moral gonna come PK yo ass? Bro, I am un-PKable in this game. Gale gems you can get multiple of? For sure, sure? How sure are you? Show me a video of you looting 2. Dale gem doesn't... Okay, we got 2 people saying Dale gems don't work that way. The gems stack? Oh, well, if they're stackable. Okay, that makes sense. Back-to-back gems. The key from the first dungeon boss you don't get if you have one without banking. Yeah, that's odd, right? They could at least warn you. Alright, so we're going to test spell crit next. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put 100 points into it. And see if we actually gain 100 points. Or if we gain more than that. You've invested 90 points. Okay, it's not 100. There we go. That's 100. Okay. I gained exactly 100 spell crit. Yeah, it's still following the same pattern. What did I do on Sunday? Did I just happen to click it when it was a gain of 2 and then I didn't test beyond that? Maybe I made the assumption that it wouldn't go up by 2 and 0 instead of just 1. That's possible. PK action Barbie. Oh my god, dude. That's such... That's such an old school... Isn't it Guild Wars 2 UI? I think it's Aeon 1 UI. I confirmed you don't have to be in the PK zone to get the Barracks key. Yeah. Yeah, I think you can get them off any Minotaurs. Honestly, though, I feel like all the PvP happens right by the entrance. Like, if you go into the PvP area and you just go all the way to the left, I don't think people really search that far when they're PKing. But yeah, you could also just go to the non-PK area. I had 5 key for a second dungeon at one time in the bank, was farming keys, getting better gear. Yeah, I need to do the second dungeon today. Okay, so we're close to being able to finish this respec. Let's do skills next. Skills are mandatory. Some of them. So, I want to do bind, obviously. Want to do ice blasts. Actually, hold on. I'm going to do these one at a time because I'm going to record what the marginal cost is for each one. Okay, so that's... 6,450. Okay, we like warmth. We don't like being cold here. Southern California gamers. Definitely counterspell gets maxed. $84.50. I'm starting to see a pattern here. Yep. Let's do boon. $94.50. Okay, is it just? I think it's just going to keep going up like that. Vim of Wisdom. Honestly, dude, is this a bait? $10,000, and it's going to increase the cost of our other... I mean, if this is... Like, it costs $10,000 now, but it's going to increase the cost of every skill we put on after this. If we have one less skill maxed out, then that's actually a savings of like 20k XP. I could just put that into main stats. Do we think it changes the scaling? Or do we think it's a flat bonus? Man, same with this one. I didn't even think about that for... No, boon is duration. No, we definitely level up boon. Vim, though, is Vim a noob trap? Because if it's just a difference between 7 stats, we're better off just getting 7 stats. Put it in stats or gear? Yeah. Okay. I get 109 int in it. That's because of your willpower, though. Paladin seems to be the weakest. I want to reroll Mage or Archer. Paladin's not the weakest, bro. Paladins are seriously hard to deal with at max level. Especially once you get some gear on them. They're also mandatory for group dungeons. You can't really do the group dungeons without a tank. Notice that the Mino levels are decided at server up. If you find a 25, Mino will keep respawning at 25. Oh, that's interesting. Like that same placeholder always has the same level. I'm Fire Mage full and Courage. Yeah, I mean, we're all Fire Mages. The problem is you can actually get more damage by pumping Willpower over Courage because of all the ints that you get from your buffs. So, Courage is looking a little weak right now, which is sad because literally all my gear is Int Courage. If you pump Will, can you see the changes it makes to Vim? Yeah, we already know 2 Will is 1 int for Vim. It doesn't always resolve every 2 points. It's like every 3 points it'll change, and it'll either go up by 2 or it'll go up by 1. But it averages out to 2 to 1. Get 253 int bonus, and I got 495 Will with gear. Yeah. So if we take 495, let's see, you said you get 253 int bonus, 495 Will. Yeah, so hold on, let me think. 200. You get 253 int from your Vim? Can you take a screenshot of that? Does it jump at some point? Is this a new whiz? No, but I did respec. Still Vim is worth. I have 250 will, but if you do a 0 will build, I'm sure skipping is more ideal. No, you gotta think about. So we're not talking about whether Vim is worth using or not. We're talking about whether or not it's worth leveling up. If you're getting the same amount of scaling from your willpower at level 0, at Vim 0, than you do at Vim 5, then there's no reason to get Vim 5. But if leveling up Vim increases the willpower scaling as well, then we do want to level it up. So that's what we're trying to figure out. I get 234. 123. Every will gives 0.5 int buff for the skill. Right. Oh, yeah, no. So that makes sense. I think I was reading it backwards. So, yeah, you have 495 will. Divided by 2. And then the reason you have 253 int is because the base is 5. So, yeah, that makes sense. I think I was reading that backwards. What I want to know, does anyone not have Vim leveled up? Does anyone have like a bunch of willpower and level 0 Vim? Other guy who plays Dread I saw running a 600 will build and those cold skills chunked. Yeah, I'm more and more leaning towards willpower as the secondary stat instead of courage. What's the respec cost? 500,000 gold. Yeah, int is your most important stat, but willpower is pretty close behind it. My test mage got to farm up gold for stack gear unless you want to trade me some. You made a test mage? Did you like level up another mage just to see If Vim doesn't scale, leveling it might be worth leaving it at level 1. Yeah, or even level 0, because it's just 6. The difference between minimum and maximum is just 6. So if the scaling is the same, I don't think it's worth leveling. Because you can just put those points into, like, your actual willpower. You're level 4, J-Big? Alright, well, I'll be able to figure it out myself pretty soon here. So I'm going to leave it at 0. We can always come back and spend on it. Alright, amplification. We got to max this. Dampening. Do you guys max dampening? I haven't been doing it. I don't think it's a big enough value. From 4% to 9% magic mitigation. I just feel like I don't know, a lot of the damage I take is not magical. I'd rather put the XP into health. Or maybe even just like fire resist. Holy resist. I'll have to think about that one. I never use Fireball. I don't know about you guys. I never use it. And then Wisdom. Don't need to scale that either. So, yeah, I'm going to leave these 4 for now. I will test, though, just to see if the cost continues. It does. Okay. Pretty much same pattern. Alright, so we save about 11k by not maxing Vim. Possibly 12k if I end up doing anything else, but yeah, I don't know if I'm going to max the other skills. Fireball is a better Scorch. No, it's slow. It's 1.5 second casts. Wait, Scorch is also 1.5 second cast. I think it was the mana efficiency that was bothering me. It does have... For some reason, I thought Scorch was 1 second. Okay. Yeah, you might have changed my mind. Why did I think Scorch was 1 second? I thought Scorch was faster. If they're the same speed, maybe I will level up Fireball. Did this get nerfed? Bro, I could have sworn Scorch was 1 second. How's the damage compare? It hits like 10% harder. I never used it while leveling because it was way less mana efficient. Ugh. Should I start using it now? Maybe I should. Every once in a while, I need an extra cast in between Scorches anyways, if Ignite and Chains are both on cooldown. So it has some value there as well. It's just like a little extra filler. It's rare that you can free cast that much, unless it's PvE. But, yeah, that is a thing. I don't know why Scorch is 1.5 seconds. I hate casting. 1 second CD. Yeah, I must have saw the ones. I must have got the cooldown confused with the actual cast time. For some reason, I thought this actually casted faster. Okay, well, do we want to level up Fireball? Ugh. Maybe. I'm not going to commit to it yet. Okay, let's test level 0 Vim. We can do that right now. I know I'm going to put some points into willpower. So, let's do some chains damage testing. Or some ice damage testing, rather. And then we'll test Vim at the same time. So now, we're going to level up willpower 1 point at a time, and we're going to see how much damage we get for our ice spells. Okay, let me just double check all these. Make sure, did I do anything to change these values? Chains is still at 204. I shard 239. Okay, cool. Let's do it. 16 willpower. Huge, massive. Nobody can break my will. We shouldn't see any change on any of the fire spells. Okay, it looks good. Chains went up by 1 damage. Ice shard went up by 1 damage. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be about 1 damage per level. But it could be a little higher, could be a little lower. We'll just do this a few times and see if we can find out. Okay, any other wisdom stuff we need to think about or test? It doesn't affect our weapon skill. It doesn't affect crits. I already know the formula for resist, I think. So, yeah, we just want to know how it affects unscaled Vim and how it affects ice magic. Okay, let's do it again. No change. So it might be every other point, like courage. Okay, that time resist went up. It should go up every 3 willpower. No change on Vim, I'm guessing. Oh, Vim did go up. Why did Vim... Why did Vim go up on 18? Okay, chains. Oh yeah, and Ice Blasts. I didn't even think to record Ice Blast. But theoretically that would go up a little bit too. Probably not enough to really care about though. Okay, so that time we gained 1 damage on chains, 2 damage on shard. That's pretty good. Pretty decent. We do like those ice spells. Can you show your dodge rate? I currently have 0 dodge rating. We'll probably put like 100 points into it just because it's cheap. But I don't think you can invest too much into dodge as a mage. In PvP, you end up never casting Scorch? Oh, I do. But if I start using Fireball, I might not. Have my Fireball at 0, I feel like it's a waste of XP. I had it at 0 for a long time, yeah. Fireball's crib for 1800. It's pretty good, PvE at least. It is good PvE for sure. PvP, I'm reluctant to think that having an extra 10% damage compared to a Scorch is worth investing a whole bunch of XP into. I got rage baited once and now Twitch keeps recommending your stream to me. Yeah. You gotta open whenever you're hate watching, you gotta open it incognito. I'm in queue. What up, Zabby? Oh, let me walk around. I'm like worried I'm gonna get AFK kicked while we're doing this. Okay. The UL cloth map in the backgrounds. It is. It's literally cloth. It's not even paper. I could use that map as a garment. PvP my fireball crit on a guy for 1k while Scorch crit 800 on the same guy. That's probably just damage variance. There shouldn't be... I mean, you can look at the tooltip. It's literally a 10% difference if they're both level 5. So you just got a lucky fireball and an unlucky Scorch. It's more like 900 compared to 1,000. I don't know how, but my resists are close to 400. Yeah, we get decent resist as mage. It's because of the stats. It's courage, will, ints. Since those are our 3 stats, we get good resists. Every 3 points of those 3 stats will give you... Like, every 3 courage is 1 resist. Every 3 will is 1 resist. So, you end up with, like, 400 all resist for free. And then, you know, if you can put another 100 points in each of them pretty cheap if you want to. I think I put 200 into fire resist last time. And then I had fire resist on a couple pieces of gear. So I had like 900 fire resist. It was pretty cozy. Is your weapon a godly HP and courage? No, it is a holy. I don't really have any godly gear. I also haven't... I didn't play it all yesterday. I mean, I'm kind of behind. I don't have the best gear. My only godly piece is this, and it's not that godly. It's got staff skill on it. Which, and actually, this might be better than I thought. Because JBig was saying that if you have low weapon skill, you might be taking increased damage from melee, or from, not melee, but from physical attacks. So these boots might actually be bis. Well, although, maybe not, because we're deciding that courage is probably worse than willpower. So, they're better than I thought, and they're worse than I thought at the same time. Okay, what are we doing? We're testing willpower. Let me get back to it. Let me level this up a couple more times. And I don't know why Vim went up with 18 willpower, though. That's bizarre. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Okay, now we have 19 willpower. Vim is still 7. I guess if it's rounding, it kind of makes sense why it would go up at 18. Because if it's every 5 points... But it rounds, then every 3 points it'll round up to the next. You see what I mean? Since like higher than 2.5. So it's more than half of the way to the next 5. I guess that makes sense. Tank mage win? I don't know if you can be a tank mage. Because you can't put a shield on. I don't know. You could go like heavy into health and dodge and just be like a CC bot. That might actually kind of work. Tick mage is what? Pure courage, will, no ints? No, I don't think you would ever want to play will, courage, no int. The moment you see this message, my magic has already started. You are now guessing what is my magic and you have no idea. By the time you reach here, my magic is complete. You have completely forgotten that you were gay. Oh, I think it worked. Hello, awesome streamer. I'm an Xbox and Switch 2 player. Nice to meet you. What up, Pokey? How did you find a Dreadmyst stream as a Switch 2 player? I got 4 purple, but they're for different weapon plus to axe, sword, and mace, but one has plus to mace, one plus to axe, and I wanted to run sword, so I put points into swords. Okay, I mostly followed that. You know if your combat value impacts damage? No, it doesn't. It's just there to tell you kind of how strong you are overall. Oh, are you talking about combat rating, or are you talking about something? What do you mean by combat value? If you're talking about the weapon skills, in PvE, these... I don't know. J-Big, are you still in here? He was saying that in PvE, you take less damage if you level this up, but I don't know if I misunderstood him. What's the game about? Can you show me around the game? No, not right now. I can show you around in a little bit, though. Right now, I'm trying to finish something up. So, let me get these numbers real quick. Oh, wait. No, this won't be any change, because it's every other level. This will be a... Yeah, this will be a... dud level. Okay, let's do another one. Vim is still 7. Okay, chains gained another 1 point, and then shard gained 1 to 2. So I mean, it's decent scaling. It's comparable to like what we would get for Scorcher Ignite with Courage. And I mean, honestly, in PvP, Inferno's the most important, but other than that, like, we're probably using ice spells more often than fire spells. Because you're not, like, really sitting there and Scorch spamming in PvP most of the time. Okay, I'm gonna do a couple more of these. Should be fast because the next one is a placeholder level. Nope, Vim went up again. Okay, I'm officially freaking out. Why is Vim getting so much value right now? Oh no, that does make sense. I think. Shouldn't it have jumped to 9 though? Because it only resolves every 3 levels. No, we did know that. That does make sense. It only resolves every 3 levels, but it should be going up by 1 point, and then the next time it resolves, it should go up by 2 points, and then it should go back and forth. Yeah, I think. So maybe we do have to level it up, because it only went up by 1 point both times. I need somebody who's got a maxed out mage, like a level 25 mage, who didn't bother leveling up Vim of Wisdom to tell me how much they're getting. Then we could get to the bottom of this. Or not even maxed out. If someone's like a level 20 mage and you haven't put points into Vim, I need to know how much you're getting. Okay, yeah, the ice scaling seems pretty straightforward. Got a 1 to 2 that time on chains. And a 1 to 1 on shard. I'm gonna do one more point. Just to see what we get from Vim. It should resolve again. Let's see, ice magic. Okay. Alright, last one. And then I think we're pretty much ready to be done with this. Yeah, so it only went up by 9. So I think it might actually not scale as hard if you don't level it up. Yeah, let me see if anyone responded. Every 1 point of will gets 0.5 into the Vim buff. If your Vim is level 5, yeah. The question, Slape, is that still true if your Vim is level 0? $2K and Q, I'm dying. It actually won't take that long, dude. It'll take you like 20, 30 minutes to get through the queue, I think. It shows 1 damage raise above once you surpass the competing defensive skill, which I assume is its weapon skill and value. It shows 1 damage raise above once you surpass. I don't think I'm understanding what you're saying. This is the PvE testing showing damage ramp by 1 once a threshold was reached with a weapon skill. Okay, so JBig, you're saying that increasing your skill makes you do more damage against the mobs? I think, yeah, I think that's clear from the tooltip, right? What we want to know is, does increasing your skill reduce... Oh, I see. So you're assuming that because if you level up your skill, there's less of a gap between you and your opponent, and therefore your opponent gets less of a bonus against you. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah, that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Just finding out about this game. Can someone tell me about it? This is an MMO made by one guy. You can play Paladin, Mage, Cleric, or Ranger. You run around, kill mobs, level up, loot gear, Diablo style. You spend XP on your skills. And it's just really well made, dude. It's just a cozy little game. Good dungeons, good PvP. Oh, man. I think my multi-chat might have just bricked. Oh, man. Okay, maybe not. What up, Tico boy? What Discord is this? That's the Moreland TV Discord. How are you dealing with inventory space being super limited? Just vendor everything. You don't. There's not that much stuff you need to hold on to. There's vendors everywhere. Or there's waypoints that'll take you back to town. Which class do you suggest? Meta one? I don't know. I guess Paladin. They're all kind of meta right now. The balance is pretty good, actually. So chains gained 2 damage that time, and shard gained also 2 damage. That is pretty decent scaling. If we compare the willpower scaling to the int scaling on our ice spells, it's pretty much half. I mean, it only resolves every other level, but when it does, pretty much the same gains. Maybe a tiny bit better, actually. Maybe a little bit more than half. 60%. For PvP, yeah. Yeah, PvP is all we care about. There's no real meta in PvE. I mean, in PvE, you're playing in a group, so you have all the classes. If you can get the gear of the same name for all slots, that's what you want, not set with bonus. I'm not sure what you mean. Should I level up the staff skill? Possibly. Possibly, yeah. That's kind of the next thing we need to figure out, huh, boys? Do we know... We gotta go look at the ranger spreadsheet and see how much they're putting into weapon skill. Okay, so this is a damage test. Is this Ranger PvE that I'm looking at, JBig? Is it possible to build a dagger? The Ranger uses a dagger, but it's kind of secondary. He's mostly using a bow, but there's a couple dagger skills that you use too. Do you know what grinds my gear? Barracks Dungeon, everything is level 25, but the strongbox is 24 and never drops anything good. You gotta get to the second dungeon. That one's got the platinum strongbox. What do you think of the main PvP builds in the game? You can PvP on any class, Adam. Whatever role you want to play. Ranger's the most DPS. Mage has really good control. Cleric's the healer. Paladin's the tank / bruiser. You can do some bruiser stuff with Cleric too, but yeah, Paladin's very bruisery. Paladin's very strong. Very, very good class. Ranger puts 50 into weapon skill. How much XP is that? I guess we can find out. Mage can use staff or wand. Yeah, it doesn't seem to matter which one you use. Which is a little rough when it comes to leveling because, like, I have a really good wand right now. But what if I get a staff that's better, and then I've invested all these points into wand, and then they're useless once I switch over to staff? So I don't like that system. Let's see, 50 points would cost... That's it? They put 1,000 XP into their weapon skill? Are they inting? Are Rangers bad at the game? There's no way they only put 1,000 into it. Do you drop your loot in PvP? No. What's the best solo class? Probably Paladin. Depends. Depends on the content. Cleric's pretty good. Who do you guys think struggles the most with the second solo dungeon? Ranger? Yeah, this is wrong. I keep seeing this. I don't know who came up with this, but this is not true. I can show you the numbers to disprove this. I'm not sure. Yeah, unless I'm misunderstanding what they mean by this. You do not gain 0.8 damage per point event on Scorch. You do not gain 1.1 damage per point event on Inferno. You just don't. You gain more. You gain a lot more, actually. You gain like twice that much. Ranger and Mage probably the same, but Ranger to struggle with mana, so probably worse. Yeah, well, the Mage gets the perma CC, so I think that makes the solo dungeon a little more manageable. Ranger probably has to juggle CCs a lot more. 30 willpower. This alt's Vim of Wisdom upgrade goes from 11 to 21. Okay, let me figure out what that means. With 30 willpower, compared, what do you mean? With 30 compared to what? So you're going from 5 to, you're going from 10 to 30? How do you respec? You go to the bishop in town. And then you give him 500,000 gold. Okay, so this is a Ranger. Damage per range skill on varying mob levels. What skill? Were you doing the exact same number? Was this a basic attack? Is there no variance on the Ranger basic attack? Better to reroll and get someone to power level you from 1 to 25 than spend 500k? Yeah, if you don't have gear you care about, it's honestly probably faster to level a new character. As sad as that is. He really needs to do one free reset per character, but yeah. Until then, it might be faster to reroll. I mean, it depends on how badly you messed up, too. If your character's like 90% fine, then don't bother, you know? Basic attack has no variance? Okay. So then, it looks like as soon as your skill was higher than their skill, you got exactly 1 damage per point. Because here you don't gain anything. You're just getting parried less, theoretically. Would be the benefit of gaining skill here. And then once your skill's higher than theirs, you can no longer be parried. But see, we were testing that, and it seems like you can still be parried, even if your skill's higher than theirs. So I don't know how that works either. You fucked up on health, lockpick, and bartering. Yeah, those are important. You got to make sure that lockpick and bartering are maxed. How can you mess up on lockpick and barter? Don't max them by the time you run out of XP. That would be a mistake. Okay. Yeah, I'm downloading this chart. I think this makes sense. Did you do all of this at level 1? Or like level 3 or something? I was pairing Zabby with half the weapon skill level as him. Yeah, that's also confusing, right? Oh, you mean you maxed and messed your build up? No, maxing barter and lockpick is definitely worth. If you are like never gonna do the solo dungeon ever, then you can skip lockpicking. But I think you always want bartering no matter what. I mean, I guess you could give all your loot to your buddy to sell, and you could skip bartering too. I don't know. Hurts you're looking at for every class, a specific class. This was just a low-level ranger test. We're trying to figure out if it's going to be worth investing into weapon skill defensively as a mage. Because as a mage, we're pretty much never actually swinging our melee weapon. But increasing this will cause us to take less damage. The big problem is we don't know what weapon we're going to use at max level. So if I put a bunch of points into staff and then I loot a godly wand, then all those points I put into staff are wasted and I have to respec again, which is very cringe. Thumbs down. Dislike. Min-max dual account, have the second account 100 barter and trade all the stuff and sell them. Yeah, if you like really want to, you can, but it's only 10k XP to max, so probably better to just max it. Trade 5 pieces at a time. What does bartering do? Bartering is a 15% price discount. You get more stuff for more money for vendoring shit too, right? The discount and more. Yeah, I think it's both. Staff wand skill does not increase spell damage. No, it doesn't affect your spell damage at all. How long does it take at level 25 to farm 500k gold? It really depends, man. I mean, if you're fresh 25, you have no gear, and you're by yourself, it's going to take a long time. It's going to take you all day. But if you're like, if you have a group and you can run the dungeon, it won't take that long at all. You could do that in like an hour or two. So, yeah, it really just depends on your situation. Don't have any gear that I care about. Thinking of starting a new character. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of unfortunate, but if you're fresh 25 and you really want to respec, and you don't have any gear, then maybe you do just level up again. Weapon value is only for melee. Yeah, it only increases your melee damage. Well, I mean, it increases your physical damage. So if you're a ranger, it increases your damage. It doesn't have to be melee, but it doesn't do anything for your magic. Did solo 2 days, 1.5 mil, only sold one thing for 100k. Yeah, you're probably playing a lot though, right? And you're a paladin. I think paladin can probably make money a little bit sooner than the other classes. You kind of got to get some gear before you can solo the dungeons as like a mage or a ranger. Does mobs lose aggro on endgame group dungeons? Can I be glass cannon? You can be very glass cannon in PvE. In PvP, glass cannon is risky. You can die very fast in this game if you don't build any defenses. There's some AoE in PvE, so yeah, I don't think I'd ever go like pure glass cannon. I think I'd always put at least something into health. Probably everyone wants at least like 800 to 1,000 points in health, even if you're trying to go glass cannon, because it just doesn't cost that much. Here, how much does it cost? Let's get some values. Let's get some values for the sheet. See how cheap this is? 500 health costs basically nothing. Yeah, there's no way you would ever do less than this. It's so cheap. Okay, so now it's starting to go up. Let's start with 750. So that's 5k. Yeah, 850 is 8,600. And then it kind of jumps after that. So I would say bare minimum 800. Here, let me see what exactly 800 costs. Even 1,000 points for 19k, I'd say that's still a really good bargain. I did 11 or 1200s on my last respec. I don't remember which. Let's see what the difference is. Okay, so difference between 1100 HP and 1200 HP is 22k. That starts to get kind of expensive. I feel like those points are probably better off invested into stats. But 1,000, I think, is pretty much a no-brainer for most people. Even if you're going glass cannon, I'd still do 850. How can I respec stats? You talk to the bishop here, archbishop in town. It costs 500,000. 1 point per life. I want like 4k life. Yeah, well, it goes up though. The more you get, it goes up. Clarifying the Vim test at level 6, 15 base willpower, give me 6 ints. At 30, it was 11. At willpower 15, Vim goes 5 to 6, but at 30 it goes from 11 to 21. Here's the formula changes from 1 plus 1 3 whiz to 1 plus 2. Yeah, okay. Hold on. Let me see. So you're at... You're at 30 willpower and you're getting 11? Okay, yeah. So then it's every... Yeah, it's 1 out of every 3. So then... If we have... Like... Let's say we have 305 willpower, to make it simple. Because the base for Vim is 5. So that's the difference between getting 100 int or 150 int. That's a lot of int. Yeah, so Vim, we're going to need to level Vim then. Look at the Ranger spreadsheet. I don't know if they would share distribution or not. What do you mean if they would share distribution?
Like main stat to off stat to courage. Yeah, I posted it.
What, like how much they're investing?
Yeah.
No, I think it's a totally different thought process because your guys' skills scale differently than ours, and you have to worry about weapon damage, and we don't.
Peru. Okay.
Did Grind Enjoyer finalize his builds?
Yeah.
Damn, he goes hard into agility.
He goes what?
200 into agility? That's the build?
Yeah.
I don't know about the 50 range skill, dude. I feel like he's not putting enough into range skill.
He says it's just a hit often versus bosses.
Yeah, I don't know if he tested that fully. Do you know if he tested it?
I don't know.
Because JBig's in showing that it's 1 flat damage per level in PvE, which is crazy.
Really?
Yeah, that's so strong. At least on your basic attack.
I'm at 455 ranged with
JBig, when you were doing the range
vested.
test, were you checking the tooltips on your actual skills? Like, does the bow skill make Or does the range skill make your tooltip damage go up on your abilities? Or did you only test basic attack? He didn't know anything about the formulas for weapon skill. I asked him about it and shared my results. Yeah, I think he's gotta... You don't have tooltips? You don't have damage tooltips on Ranger? What up, Moon? Oh, because it's not based... It's based off your weapon? Okay. Oh, that's a pain in the ass then, isn't it? So you're not sure if... Well, if it's based off weapon value, then do you even get... Is there damage variance for, like, your cooldown abilities? Because the weapon value is just flat. It's not a range. So can you just, like, spam aim shot over and over again and it does the same damage? Moon, this is a game made by one guy. And it's free and it's really good. 130% weapon value. Is it static though? Is it exactly 130% or does it change a little bit? Because I mean, yeah, it sounds like weapon skill is being very undervalued right now, both offensively and defensively. The login queue is diabolical. Oh, that's a lot better than it was before when you had to click the login button over and over again for 20 minutes. Oh, there he is. He's back. Dreadmyst. You don't have to watch ads anymore. You're a sub now. Can I ask you mechanical questions? We've been doing spreadsheeting all day. Weapon skill is highly important, though with enough godly gear, some of these guys are just bypassing it. Is it because they're getting weapon skill on their items, or because you can get, I have staff skill on these boots. We're wondering how stats give weapon skill. Oh, that too. Yeah, that makes sense. But if it's a flat bonus, if you're gaining 1 damage for 1 weapon skill, then you should definitely invest more than 1,000 XP into it. I would think at least like 10 or 20k, even if you're already getting a lot from gear. That's so marginal. 10k is nothing. They're overall so well geared, it doesn't matter if they're gearing smartly or not. It's not the damage itself, so much the chance to be parried. So if you have a higher weapon skill than someone else, you can still be parried. But you only gain bonus damage if your skill's higher than theirs. Is that the idea? There's some bonus damage. Yeah, we did a PvE test. I don't know if it works the same in PvP. In PvE, it seems like for every point higher than the mob, you get 1 flat damage. If it's the same in PvP, that's a lot. I mean, that adds up real fast. Can't give exact details? Oh, well, we'll figure it out sooner or later. This applies to melee only. Range 2. Yeah, physical damage. What's better for a melee style PvP or Pally or Cleric? If you just want to like run around bullying people with a mace, then play Pally. If you want to do some damage but also a lot of like healing and support, then play Cleric. Every point higher than the mob's what? So this is what we tested. Or I say we. This is what JBig tested. So this is just like low-level mob, low-level ranger, low-level mobs. And you see how like down here the damage doesn't change? So this is because his skill is not higher than the mob's skill. So he's not getting any bonus damage here. So without any bonus damage, he hits for 47. And then like you can see here, he's exactly equal to the mob. But then as soon as he gets, this is the range skill up here. So as soon as he puts 1 point in, he gains 1 damage. He puts 2 points in, he gets 2 damage. He puts 3 points in, he puts 3 damage. And then it's the same here. Here, he's already a lot higher than the Antling, but it's still 1 damage per point. So it seems like 1 damage per point. I don't know if it's the same in PvP, but that's really strong. Does the dev have a roadmap? I don't know. I don't think so. What's Dread, what's next, bro? Are you gonna hire a team? What's the what's the roadmap? We're gonna scale this thing up. When's the Burning Crusade come out? Does parry even have a stat in PvP? Your parrying in PvP is tied to your weapon skill, which has been really hard for us to test. But it seems like you can still parry people even if your skill's lower than theirs. The roadmap is adding more stuff. There we go. Based. That's what I was trying to say. I didn't look at what I was writing. I wanted to get out the blue gear I was in. Buying chest plus axe plus mace. Truth, you need to use some punctuation. I can't understand what you're saying. Wonder why you would ever want plus weapon value then over plus weapon skill. Only thing I can think is when against high level mobs that you can't outskill. That's a good question. Is weapon value and weapon skill the same thing? I mean, if you have a skill that's doing like 130% of weapon value, I don't know if that is getting the same bonus damage as a basic attack would. Because that spreadsheet we showed is just basic attacks. So that could be a flat bonus damage rather than a like base increase. Your weapon value is going to increase like the value that gets multiplied. I don't know if your weapon skill gets multiplied. Your weapon skill might get added at the end. Bosses have really high weapon skill. There's also a point on low-level mobs where you get 100% crits, but they can still parry. 100% crits. You'll have to unpack that for me. We're talking about crit now? Oh, you just mean like if you scale your crit early game, you can get... If you have like 25 crit and you're fighting a level 1 mob, then you're always critting. So, Drag, can you help me with spell coefficients at all? And honestly, it doesn't really matter that much. I think we got the gist of how this works. What I'm more confused about is crit scaling, but that was probably just me making a mistake on Sunday when I was testing it. Smite is 50% weapon damage, so if it gets added at the end, then that's better. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, for things that scale under 100%, the flat damage might actually be better. Maybe he'll tell us. Maybe he'll tell us. I mean, the weapon value definitely is right there, right? It says 50% of weapon value, 130% of weapon value, so that's obvious. The weapon skill, maybe that is better. The thing is, you're also getting a lot of weapon skill from your gear or from your stats. So I don't know. Anyone's Q disappeared entirely. It blinks and then it's just gone. No, mine just kept blinking and coming back. Ideal item is probably stats with plus skill. You think the plus skill is better than the plus weapon value? So does the plus skill get... does the damage bonus from that get added after? Like at the end of the calculation? Or does the weapon skill get multiplied by 130% or get multiplied by 50%? Okay, what else do I need to figure out, boys? What else do I need to figure out? We need to figure out exactly how much we want to put into spell crit. Oh, the other thing, so people are saying when this tooltip here says this chance is divided by the attacker's level, we just mean their regular old level, right? Like divided by 25? Or do we mean divided by their weapon skill? Because we had someone pump their dodge up to almost 500. They should have had like an 18% dodge chance, and when we tested it, it was not, in fact, 18%. It seemed much lower. Seemed to me, since Ranger Pally for 1 weapon skill from 3 stats were always better. Oh, do you mean like getting triple stat on an item? Yeah, honestly, I feel like that might be the way to go for Mage, too. It's been hard to find triple stat Mage gear, though. You need 2,500 to have 100%. I feel like there's more to it, though. I don't know if it diminishes, or... There could be more stuff in the formula. Yeah, we're trying to figure out what else is in the formula. My friend pumped 600 into dodge, and he never dodged my fireball. That's true. If you can dodge a wrench, you still cannot dodge a fireball. Tooltip, it says it can dodge abilities. No, it can dodge melee and ranged attacks and abilities. You can't dodge magic. For magic, you have resists. And resists just cut it in half. They don't actually dodge it. Miss will roll priority over dodge. If an attack misses, it's not a dodge. The number of dodges could be affected. Okay, I see. So what is the difference between a miss and a dodge? When does a miss occur? Because you have a miss, a parry, and a dodge. Parry is based off this. Dodge is based off this. What is a miss? Chance to miss is higher when your weapon skill is very low compared to the target. Okay. Interesting. If you were testing with a mage cleric attacking a tank, they might have been getting a lot of miss. That's yeah, I think that's what we were doing. Ether, you were a cleric. Who were you hitting when we were testing parry? Were you hitting a paladin? I think you were hitting a cleric who has like paladin gear basically. Yeah, and then you're hitting Zabby, who probably doesn't have. He has a lot of weapon skill though. Okay, so miss is just insufficient weapon skill. Okay, but that's only going to happen if it's really low. So like an actual geared physical player is probably not going to see any misses. They're just going to see dodges and parries and blocks. A miss constantly when half his skill. Can I ask you about the armor curve? So if it's 50% DR at 300, is it 25% at 150? Or is it more front-loaded? I'm trying to decide how much armor I want to get. Melee value is supposed to equal your white damage. Your white damage, I think, is your weapon value plus your... however much higher your skill is compared to your opponent, I think. Assuming no blocks or anything like that. Real question is if AV and Fort are capped at 300 and 400. Oh, that's... I didn't even think about that. Yeah, we don't think armor's capped, do we? Do we think it's capped at 300? If fortitude is capped at 400, that's very important to know. Because I'm definitely wasting points if this is capped at 400. I thought that was just kind of like the benchmark to aim for. Can you tell us if it actually caps? For spell crit, it caps at 1096. This is equivalent to 43% crit. Crit does nothing past a point. Wait, so this is something you tested? Crit has a cap? You can put points into spell crit up to 1096 plus. What's your what's your source on that, or what's your reasoning on that? Is that from beta? Where are you seeing the cap on? You tested this like after launch, or you tested this a while ago? An invisible cap on crit is kind of rough because we're definitely buffing past 1100. I mean, I had almost 1100 before I even casted Boon. So you're saying that Boon just like doesn't do anything if you're already at the cap?
They're setting at like 1200.
Time to test it? Do you have any crit
Hopefully.
buffs?
Damn,
that's something I
no.
wish I had tested before, I respect.
I do not.
Oh, are you just trying to say that if you put in 999 points, then you'll be at 1096? Okay, okay. I thought you were trying to say that nothing happened once you got above that value. Yeah, no, I don't think anyone's putting 1,000 points in a crit. Like with XP. People are using buffs and gear to get that high. Heard from another cleric that they had 288 melee value on their character sheet. Their wide hits also did 288. That was probably a coincidence. Their wide hits are going to change depending on what their target is. He may be saying you can only... Yeah. Felt the difference going from 1k to 1.5k spell crits and always crit when I boon because it's well over 2k. Yeah, I just misunderstood what he was saying. It doesn't sound like there's actually a cap. Okay, that's good. That would have been a big wrench. Okay, so did we lose the dev? He got tired of me bombarding him with questions. I had to take advantage while we could. Dude, I really want to know if fort and armor cap, though. That's actually, like, so important. Do any beta players know? That's, like, my last major question.
I saw a thread about fort in the Discord. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay, so what do we decide? We decided we do have to level Vim because it gets a better ratio. In fact, we can confirm that right now. In fact, we can do a little bit of... Do I care enough to figure this out? I was gonna say we could solve the scaling on Vim. So it goes from 9 to 18. I was gaining... Yeah, no, that confirms it for sure. Because earlier when I was maxing Vim, I was only gaining 6 ints. And now that we have a few points in willpower, I'm gaining 9. So it for sure increases the scaling. Which we already kind of knew. Okay, so Vim has to be maxed. And then I just want to see if this... Okay. It's 0.5 to Vim per willpower. It is at Vim level 5.
So-
We were trying to test Vim level 0 to see if we could save XP. But it's not worth. You definitely want to max it.
From beta, 400 fortitude is 50% damage reduction.
Oh, this says 2/3 on the tooltip.
Oh, did he fix it? Hold on. So it was
Is
66.6%
it a cap though?
instead of 50. Yeah.
Like, if does 401 fortitude just not do anything compared to 400?
Let me see.
Because I was splitting points into
I
strength and
think-
agility just to
I
get
think
more
400
fort.
is just
But that puts me well over 400.
max.
So I guess that's just a waste. Maybe we still want some strength for free weapon skill.
Here's the link to the test. But I guess it used to say 50% on the tooltip, but it was actually 66%.
Oh, okay. So he just fixed the tooltip.
Yeah, he went in, looked at the math, and then. But yeah, 400 is max.
Oh, look at these armor dude, this is good info. Oh, it's armor and fort together? Okay, that's confusing. Well, getting a little bit of armor definitely has a huge impact. Look at those numbers. I wish that he had tested them separately. Okay. We can respec now? Yeah, you could always respec. It costs 500,000. Does it say up to? It does. Well, it says up to 2/3 for 400 points. So yeah, that implies a cap. And then this one says up to half for 300. So those both definitely imply a cap. Yeah. Okay, so is there a way to see how much XP I've invested in these so far? I was trying to keep track of how much I was investing in each stat, but now it's kind of scuffed. Like how much XP, not how many points. Okay, I'll have to manually add that in later, I guess. Okay, so I have 9. Currently I have 9 in will, 7 in int. It won't make a huge difference, but it's just good to know. And then 7 in courage. Okay, cool. Alright, let me put some gear on. Looks like I need 40 will and 70 base int, bare minimum. We're gonna go higher than that for sure, but just for now. Wait, I know what I can do to check this. Save myself the hassle. Here, let's just do a full, because all the stats will cost the same. So since I haven't put anything into strength, we'll just use that. So, let's see. The lowest you would ever do is like probably like 25. We'll start there. I'm just gonna do it every 5. This'll only take a second. Has anyone already made this spreadsheet? It's possible I don't need to be doing this. Let me look at the FAQ. XP invest. Okay, yeah. Looks like the FAQ already has this. Kind of. It's not quite as in-depth as I wanted. I'm just gonna finish this real quick. This will be fast. Yeah, for 500k, the church is where I'm standing right here in town. You just go northeast of the gate. What's strength for? Depends on your class. For mage, we get the only thing we get as mage is we get weapon skill and we get fortitude. But we are we're thinking that fortitude caps, so it's really just for weapon skill.
Yo.
But previously, the thinking was that you would put a little bit into strength and agility for fortitude. I don't think
You
I'm
guys
going
want to do something
put
after a shower?
anything into agility now.
I think Moro is.
I'm in
Trying to figure
respec
out
hell
his
for
stats.
probably another 30 minutes.
Perfect. I'll be back in 30 minutes.
Perfect. Then we can dungeon.
Okay, now we'll just do every 10 points. If you're asking why I'm leveling it right now, I'm not. I'm just getting the values. I'm just getting the cost for each stat so I can plan the build out. Because we're in the middle of overhauling the whole character. $63K for 120 stats. Probably shouldn't go too much further than that. I went super hard on ints the first time around. I don't even know how much. We're going to find out how much I spent. Probably like half the build was just int, which is kind of funny. Definitely too much. Yeah, 92K. I mean, that's already a fifth of the character's build, so that's probably about as high as any of these are effectively gonna want to go. I have to at least go to 200 because I have to see how much I invested before, so I can laugh at myself. Okay, 200k. So, not quite half the character. 40% of my build was int before. You could say we were inting with that. I don't think there's any reason you would ever go above 200. Here, just for fun, we'll do 250. I think these are also already in the FAQ anyways. $275 would cost your whole, literally your whole build. And then some. So that's too much. Can't decide whether to go mage or cool melee cleric. They're both fun, dude. I've played both of those and they're fun. Is this Albion Online? No, this is World of Warcraft 2. It just came out. They did a sequel finally. After all this time. I'm at 484 fort, no points in it. Yeah, fortitude, it's 400 fortitude's gonna be easy to get. So I don't think we need to spec for it at all. I don't think we need to worry about off stats or anything like that. Just cancel. 500k is too much for respec? Yeah, it is. Wouldn't it be faster to get from level 25 than farming 500k? If you just hit 25, yes, it would be faster to level up again. If you already have gear, which I do, I have some gear. I don't want to get all that gear again. Some of it's decent. You do a guide later? Yeah, I will. This is the precursor to the guide. We're making sure all my guides are very perfect. Yeah, so we want to make sure there's no mistakes. What up, Maz? Tied up with corpo crap. The game looks sharp. Dude, it's so fun. It's so fun. You should make a character. Why so much strength as a mage? Well, if people get too close to me, I want to be able to pick them up and throw them. Have to go 200 strength on melee cleric and still wish I could go higher. Melee cleric actually looks kind of fun, dude. Hey, Dreadmyst, you're back. Can you confirm? I know I'm hitting you with a lot of mechanics questions, but if you don't mind, can you confirm for us that armor and fortitude actually do cap out? Like, is 300 and 400, are those just suggestions, or do they actually cap, or do they actually have no effect if you go higher? I thought this was Star Citizen. Well, no, obviously it's not Star Citizen because there's no spaceships. But there are trees, so it is World of Warcraft. 135 int, 115 will, 65 courage, feel decent. Yeah, Mike, I think that's in the right neighborhood. I might get a little bit more courage than that, but I think that's in the right neighborhood. They hard cap, it says so. Well, it implies so, but yeah, I'm with you. Okay, that's good to know. Wouldn't go past 200. Oh, you want to wear the heavier armor as a cleric? No spaceships yet. That's true, actually. You could easily add spaceships to this game. Easily. What do you think about spending XP for skill? Is it better to spend it on stats? The more of something you spend, the more expensive it gets. So you kind of want to buy everything. At least a little bit. The question is how much? Anyone who's doing a paladin guides? Yes, I don't remember who, but there's a paladin build floating around Discord that looks pretty good. One of my buddies is running it. This game is playable, so that's another difference between Star Citizen. Oh, shots? Star Citizen shots? You did 150, 150, 150? On Mage? No, that's too much. That's too much. Just buy everything as vague? I mean, you kind of do, though. Like, I'll show you what I mean. Like, resist frost. Do I need frost resist? No. But I can get... If I put 1,000 points into frost resist, I get 75... I get 76 frost resist. That's a 3% chance for basically nothing. I might as well do that. I'm not going to, like, go all in on frost resist, but I'll spend 1,000. 1,000 out of 500k XP? Sure, that's a great value. Now, would I want to do, you know, 5,000? No, probably that's probably not worth the extra 100. But yeah, I'll definitely do 1,000. Same with like dodge. Am I trying to build like a tank mage? No. But I'll put like 2,000-3,000 XP into dodge just so that, you know, rangers miss on me occasionally. But yeah, the vast majority of my points are going to be going willpower and courage, spell crit, and health. Respec cleric is 100 strength, 170 will, 150 and 125 cur. Man, you need everything on cleric. Okay. So let's think. Let's find out how much crit's gonna cost. We're definitely gonna do 1,000 health. That's 19k. I probably will go. I'm thinking about 1,100. That would be 32k. Okay, 100 crit is 2550. Here I can just test these. Okay, so 200 crits. Still super cheap. 6767. God. Kill me. Delete the VOD. Okay, 300 crit is 15,150. This is where I stopped initially. I stopped at 400 because I thought I was getting a lot more from courage than I actually was. We might go a little bit higher this time. A lot of mages are going like 700. I don't know if we'll go that deep. We basically want to see if the XP that we're spending on crit, if we instead spent that in, like, intelligence, would it be a better effective DPS increase? And that's actually something we can calculate pretty straightforwardly. Let's see, I'll probably test this all the way up to 1,000 and then call it good. I don't think you can even invest more than that. This is very calming theory crafting music. Actually, it's pretty cozy. Okay, then someone said you can't go above 999, so yeah, okay. So then that's where we'll stop. 166,000. Okay, cancel that. Don't want to accidentally hit confirm. What up, Ziv? New node guide when? One of these days I am going to release a new node guide. Probably on April 1st. I think there's a misconception with melee cleric. The strength requirement is to prevent cleric from being too tanky and heavy armor. Light armor is more viable. I think it just gives you more options, right? I unmute the stream, first thing I hear is 6-7. Yeah. I went from ignorant to addiction level severe. Diablo vibe, does it hold for woods or dungeons? It's got a Diablo vibe for sure, Moz. This scale, like the way you gear up in this game is very Diablo-y. With like a little bit of BDO enhancing, but
That's the ETA?
not quite as miserable.
Oh, hours.
Problem is your gearing are far too narrow with the lower amounts of strength. Yeah, the strength opens up options, but I mean, I wouldn't build it unless you're actually trying to bonk
Very
people.
crafting, huh?
I wouldn't get strength just for more gear options,
Yeah, he is.
but if you want to build strength because you're trying to hit people with melee, then that's good. Yeah, you will get smacked a lot if you're running in and meleeing people. How would you monetize this style game?
1276 and it just kicks me out.
I don't know. Cosmetics? I think you could sell this game for
Hey, how is he monetizing this game?
like $20 box price.
Oh,
Super
he is.
super fair. I think a lot of people would pay
Hey,
that.
This guy is a god.
I don't know if you could charge a sub. Maybe. Probably not updating it
You could just sell
often
like
enough
stash
for a
tabs.
sub, like in the long run, especially if this is a side project. But I think like a $20 box price would be cozy. Stash tabs, yeah, could sell bank stash. Could do like PoE style. He's not. He hasn't said anything about monetization though. So, are you streaming or interested in other
I'll be
stuff?
back in 10 minutes.
What do you mean?
Okay.
Doing it for free? Is there a chance you're going to monetize in the future? Like if the game stays popular and you... Someone said that he would consider monetizing at like 8K players. We're at 7K now, so... If he... The answer, if caps at 400? Yeah, it does. It caps. I'd pay for this. I would too, yeah. He's a prince in Dubai. I don't think princes in Dubai are this good at making games. Once you put money into it, then it's a business. Then it's your life. You're married to it. Obligations. That's not fun. I want to enjoy making this. There you go. There you go, guys. Dude, isn't it crazy how it's the same thing with like Enderall or, you know, just other like mods or side projects. There's so many, some of the best games ever made are just like people literally doing it for enjoyment. And there's no money involved. That can't be a coincidence. The Enderall soundtrack. Patreon that lets you bypass queue. You guys don't have the queue bypass? You guys don't have the whitelist? Okay, I've been respecking for 3 hours. We should finish doing this. All right, so here's what we got. Obviously, we want the barter and the lockpick. We've already spent all this. So I'm already like 100k invested. In fact, let me... Yeah, so we spent 70k just on skills. And then... Where did I spend the other 30k? I only spent like 2k here. Oh, barter and lockpick. Okay, yeah, well, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so yeah, we're 90k here, and then the other like 5k is just stuff from testing. So skills are done. Barter and lockpick's done. So all we really need now is to decide on HP, crit, and main stats. Maybe a little bit of weapon skill. I'm going to spread like 1,000 XP. Let's see. If we do 1,000 XP on each resist, do we think that's worth? Probably not Shadow. I'll probably just ignore Shadow completely. Is Plague the only Shadow damage spell in the whole game right now? I think we'll ignore that. I mean, it'd be kind of useful for PvE, but... Yeah, I'll put... Maybe just for PvE, we'll put a little bit in there. Cleric big melee is shadow damage. Oh, Herald Strike is converted to shadow? Like, all of it or just part of it? Will there be diminishing returns added to the game for CC and PvP? Nah, again, diminishing returns are cringe. This game's way too base to have diminishing returns. I've given this rant so many times on the stream. Diminishing returns have always been a bad band-aid solution to CC in tab targeting games. It's never been a good solution. World of Warcraft did it, and then everybody copied them. But it's always been a C-tier solution. Elite Goblin does Shadow. Yeah, I'm more worried about the casters in the dungeon. I don't think we're worried about elites. It's really only dungeon mobs that are a threat at this point. Weapon skill do anything for your damage? As a mage, no. For other classes, yes. It does something. It helps physical damage. DR just feels bad and weird to play with. See? The number one single dev MMO designer in history agrees with me about diminishing returns. I'm finally vindicated. I've been having this argument with chat for a decade. I love being correct. Solution is to have your teammate disrupt the mage. Yeah. Use your own CCs. You have the potion, which can be used as a CC break. Pally has their CC break. There's Cleric can dispel. There's plenty of solutions already. What even is melee speed? I don't think there is a melee speed. Hope the devs aren't running a RWT ring to make big money. It's literally just one dev, and he works on the game 24/7, so I don't think he has time to be running any conspiracies. Can we lower arena to 30 seconds? Oh, that's true, actually. That's a big suggestion right there. Dread, do you want other people to contribute to the project? Like, are you ever going to open it up for people to volunteer? Or do you want to just keep it your own thing? Okay, so let's go ahead and do... We'll see still first week? Yeah, fair enough. Well, if you ever need help with basic bitch stuff like QA, let me know, dude. I will bring the boys. Whatever you need. Could probably get you some coders too. Add horse breeding? Let's go, dude. This game with horse breeding, it's over if this game gets horse breeding. We'll never play anything else. All right, so let's review what we've learned. Courage is not as good as I thought it was. Willpower is better than what I thought it was. Intelligence is still our main stat. I don't think there's any world where we have less than like 120 into int. That's only 63k. As far as the exact amount of willpower and courage that we want, I mean, I think willpower at this point is just straight up more valuable. Every point of willpower gets us 5 points of crit on Boon of Clairvoyance. Whereas courage, it seems like every 3 points of courage is 2 crit. So, I mean, that's not even 1-to-1. I'm thinking courage is probably going to end up somewhere around like 70 or 16k. It's pretty cheap. Minimum, I think 400 crit is going to be a good value for 26 for sure. So let's start picking up the ones that we know for sure are going to be good values. And then we'll see what's left. So let's go 400 into crit. We'll do like 60 into courage. For sure we're going to be over 100 on int. Yeah, let's push int all the way to like 120. There's no way we would have less than that. And then willpower, probably also over 100, but we'll just go to like 80 for now. Health, we want it at least 1,000. It's non-negotiable. I already did barter and lockpick. What about meditate, boys? Do we test meditate? Or regen? We're gonna get meditate from willpower. Gear's already expensive as hell for clerics. Stop saying Int Will is good for mage. Dude, I didn't want it to be like this. You think I want to compete with clerics for gear? It literally, Int Will is going to be the most expensive stat in the entire game. More's on this shit too. I've been jamming since launch. What up, Grillin? I smack monsters with my staff. I did BM a guy in arena with my staff once, so we will use the staff occasionally. Where do we start lockpicking at level 1 lockpicking? You can see how much lockpicking the chests need as you're leveling. So you just kind of want to like keep it caught up with that. And then eventually max it out. Wish I had more meditate. I go so much. I don't really go I don't remember how much I had before. I mean, we can put a little bit in because it's just free. Oh, God, that's not free at all. Well, that goes up fast. Okay, never mind. I'm freaking out. I don't know about that. What about regen? Does that go up fast too? It does. Meditate and regen feels undertuned. Yeah. If you DPS is Mage, spec strength. Medi seems totally useless on Mage. We have some mana. I have 0 points in it. I've never needed mana. Yeah, I think with Wisdom of Lazarus, I think we're good on mana. I liked Meditate when I was leveling up. At max level, I'm not sure that we need any. And then regen. When am I ever gonna? That's the cleric's job. And if I'm soloing, I need to just like not get hit. I had some points into regen, and it didn't matter at all. Like when I was doing the solo dungeon, there was no I wasn't gonna sit there and let my health go up. Like if rest is on cooldown, then that's it. Like it was really low. So yeah, I think we're gonna skip these two for now. Oh hey, I can put my clothes back on. Been sitting here naked the whole time. Now that I can take gear on and off, I do want to test armor. Zabby, you want to do some testing real quick?
Sure. After this arena.
Okay. Okay, so we still have... So this is half the builds. We'll put 50 points into dodge. That's free.
Zarina.
Where did my spreadsheet go? I need to use dark mode for this.
Is Zarina you here?
I think he AFK'd for a bit.
Okay, 50 dodge is 1275. 100 dodge is 5k. That's too much.
Any,
We're not going to do that much.
Savage?
I just want to see how this scales.
Maybe. I'll look.
$10k XP to get another 2%. I mean, if you had a lot of dodge on your gear, I could see that potentially being worth for some builds. Not for this one, but someone who's trying to be a live lord.
Did you figure out the dragon problem in Dungeon 2?
No, we just need to
Okay,
Deal
we'll just
more
go.
damage.
We'll just go up by 100 now. Get a
Get
couple more values, then we'll be good here. Is it the same for block?
Also,
You guys
go
know?
to channel 4 to get your money.
There, I'm in the queue.
More what channel?
21 probably. Moz with the gifted sub. Lebowski, welcome to the Tinfoil Brigade. Can you equip the gear for build in game with 95 will?
Oh, it's
Yeah.
Lebowski.
You don't. I don't think you ever need more than 40 base willpower. You want more than that, but I don't think you need more for gear. Use the 300 gold food restores for PvP or for PvE. Yeah, I think that's good. What's the best weapon for mage? It doesn't matter. They're both the same. You just want to get something with the right stats. I think ideally int, courage, willpower on one weapon would be the way to go. I haven't actually seen a weapon like that though. Moz with another gifted sub. Valor. Welcome to the Tinfoil Brigade. What's the point of this game? I feel like you're done with it in a day and then you do what? Grind for better loot? Yeah, that's what's the point of any MMO. You're grinding for loot and you're PvPing, ranking up in arena. farming the leaderboards.
And this game is causing drama in a fucking Reddit. Typical behavior.
You don't
I'm
keep
here,
disconnecting
Mara.
while in queue. I have not. I was not disconnected, but I've heard people having issues today. It's probably just a lot of people. Okay, 500 dodge.
$500 dodge.
600 dodge.
Is this the build? 600?
999 dodge. That's the build. Putting the rest into staff. Even though I'm using a
hell
wand.
yeah.
$800.
We need you to finish your build so we can go test Dungeon
Listen,
2.
buddy. I've been working on this for 3 hours. I'm not gonna wrap it up for you guys.
3 hours.
You know how
You think
much
dodge is,
fucking data I've
strong?
collected today?
Probably a lot.
Just out of curiosity. You actually could do a 999 dodge build. It would just cost literally all of your XP. You'd have 500 to spare to put into regen afterwards. Okay. Yeah, we'll just do like 50 dodge. All of that to say we'll do 50 dodge. That's cheap. Resists. I think it's worth putting 1,000 into each of these. Yeah, 75 points into each of these.
Into East?
I'm gonna
Each,
have to.
really?
I'm gonna have to test them, Rilla. I'm gonna have to write these down.
Why would you do Frost and Shadow?
Because you get hit with frost every time you fight a mage. Shadow's kind of
Not
whatever,
for any.
but it's 1,000 XP. I mean, it's nothing.
I'm in game.
Yeah, dude, frost damage is very high, especially since all the mages are going to start building willpower after they see my guide.
Hey, Zabby, how much should I list this for? Because I was just AFK posting everything for 25k, and someone immediately PM me.
Wow. That's like 60? Maybe? You said intelligence? Oh, Umbra says 100. Dude, listen to him. He's smarter. I have 8 intelligence. Come 21.
8 intelligence, dude?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't foresee anyone spending more than like 10k
is that
XP on
channel
a
eight
resist, even if
or
they're
eight
a tank.
intelligence? 21.
So we probably don't
21.
need to
21.
Intelligence.
test this too much.
Okay, you want 5k each?
Sure.
Just out of curiosity, is this the same scaling as dodge? I think it might be the same.
Dude, I wish on the trading website you
No,
could
not
put
quite.
what type
Why do I
of
recognize this
armor
number?
the armor is.
It says the same scaling as something.
I get so many people asking me for these boots, but they're titanium, so no one can wear them.
I'll wear them.
Yeah, you can't put the item quality either.
Yeah. I think it'll... I bet it's on the way.
Crit. It has the same scale as crit.
I need to inventory problem.
I was gonna say I'm seeing.
Yeah, the bank.
I know I saw
problem.
these numbers somewhere.
It's brutal.
And the thing is, you can't even have a mule.
Okay, cool.
Could just a second account.
It's exhausting.
Willpower is far more valuable for classes than courage. Not for every class. No, it's gonna be totally different from one class to the next. This is just for mage. How much do we want to do for fire? I'll think about it. I'm just gonna do 50 in shadow. Just because it's like literally free. Okay. You ready to test?
Yep.
Come to the church.
Why do these gems always fail?
Okay, so
Demoralizing.
we are going to... Can I not right click to equip, unequip? Oh no. Do I have to drag? Oh, this is going to take all the effort.
Okay.
Actually, let me keep the weapon on.
Hey, how much did that bow sell for?
325.
325.
Yeah.
Okay, just basic attack me. 450. Okay, do it again. Okay, don't crit though.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Did I sell my 10 keys to barracks?
Zabby, what's your weapon value?
456.
Well, that's interesting. What's your weapon skill?
Wait.
Your range skill?
Oh, okay. You want my range value? Like off the weapon?
Yeah, I want both of those.
Okay, so 220 range value. And then 456 range skill.
Okay, so on your weapon it says 220,
Yeah.
and then the skill says 456. Do you have any other
Yeah.
tooltip that tells you anything about your range damage, or is it only those two things?
Just those. Agility, maybe? Yeah. Improves the damage you deal with ranged weapons. Is agility.
Not quite. I was hoping that was... Oh, but what about... okay. That's going to complicate things because we're doing
It'll be
PvP
channel
testing.
21 whenever you get
Hold on,
past the queue.
I got a solid pair of boots. I'll be right back.
Okay.
What's
So,
next to you?
in theory, since his weapon skill is 345 higher than mine, we add that to his weapon value. He should be hitting me for 5... Hold on. His weapon skill. My weapon skill. I'm at
what is
111.
Fire Respec's 500k. I'm so broke now. Do you have major armor orbs you'd like to sell?
No.
I have int gems that you want to trade.
Okay, so the expected hit is
2 strengths, and then I'll give you
565.
5k.
The
each
actual
other one.
hit is
You wanna buy it?
450,
Yeah, I need gems.
which means I think
Yeah, I'm deleting these boots. No one can wear them.
I have 7.
what are they, Zebby?
31 strength, 31 courage, 11 mace.
Even paladins can't
Mauling
wear that?
lion.
What?
No,
The
it's
strength 31,
300.
courage. Yeah, hold up. What? Those are boots?
Yeah,
It shouldn't be strength for them. It should be agility, right?
strength and
That-
agility.
That's
Cleric.
for you,
That's a
though.
cleric boot.
Yeah, aren't they gonna
posted.
have a different? They're gonna have a different requirement.
Oh wait,
Well, no one-
titanium? No. I mean, that's for like Grinton. So I mean, you can definitely sell them.
It's just so annoying. Everyone's like, "Oh no, I can't wear those."
Yeah.
Stopped at
Okay, I'm
400
ready.
for
So you
res.
don't want to trade
What
for
do you mean,
agi
Cito?
or courage gem?
How do we respect when you hit 25 first? No, if you aren't even 25 yet, I would try to I would try to avoid respecking at all. I would try to just make good decisions while you still can. Almost all of your XP is earned from like 20 to 25, so if you're like level 16, don't worry about respecking. Just don't mess up. Okay, you have
Every one of those.
you have a skill that does
Huh?
like 50% damage.
50. Let's see. No.
Or 60 or 70.
135. 160.
160? That's too much. Hit me with the 135.
Okay.
What did that say? 607?
Yeah.
Was that a crit?
No.
You do it again?
I guess it was.
No,
oh
I
no, you
I
parried
parried.
that. Never mind. One more.
Yeah, one more. Okay.
How much should I sell my 11 barracks keys for?
Barracks or 20, like 25k pop.
25k? Okay.
20 to 25, yeah.
Okay. I think I've got this figured out.
Ready to rumble?
Weapon skills are really good, dude. It's really good. Nobody's valuing it appropriately.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Whoa.
Okay, let me put some stuff on. Sure, we'll do 30 armor. Okay, hit me with a basic attack.
Okay, dueling.
Okay, then hit me with your entangle.
That's a crit.
Again. Yeah, I see the problem here. Let me see if I can find. I need like white gear to test armor with, because all this stuff has too much stats on it.
You want to try hitting me?
Are you in white gear?
No.
Does the vendor sell white gear? No way, right?
I don't think so. I think I just have to start looting it and holding onto it.
Oh, it's vile.
Oh shit, which pieces did I have on? These ones? Okay. Forgot to record my weapon skill. I wonder why wand scales slightly worse than staff. That's a little... I wonder if that's intended. I
You guys
guess
want to PK while we wait?
maybe we should be using staves if we find two that are the same.
Uh,
I'm gonna be doing solo dungeons.
solo dungeon.
I mean, unless you want to do a real boy dungeon and make some money.
Try it.
Yeah, I can't. I
don't
would
think
need to
we're gonna
find a
pass the
way
level
to
2, though.
separate armor and fortitude as variables. The only way I'm going to be able to do that is with gear that has no stats on it. Or the other thing we could do is I could just get over 400 fortitude. Because then after that it'll all be the same. But yeah, I think white gear. Because the question we're trying to answer is like, how much value do we get from having just a little bit of armor? Right now I have 45. I want to know if like one or two of my pieces should have armor on them. Once everything's upgraded, probably going to have like 80 to 100 armor value for free. And then the question is like, do we want a couple pieces to push it up to 150 or higher? Compared to just putting more into health or something. Is weapon value or range value that you're using? We're using both. It sucks there's not more quests after level 16. I mean, the quests are really just filler. You really level up in this game just from grinding. Raising my attributes 25 plus made a massive difference in Minos. Like your main stats, or how's the armor work? Can you get more than 200 points on Mage? I mean, you could. You'd have to get it all on your gear. You'd have to find a bunch of gear that has like, you know, int willpower armor on it, which is gonna be really expensive because clerics want it too. Maybe there's an interaction with wand speed. What do you mean wand speed? Morning barracks, I can collect you some white robe pieces. Yeah, I need to put like a full white armor set together. Helm, chest, gloves, legs, boots. And then we can test this properly. On cleric, I felt armor did work. Yeah, of course it works. We're just trying to decide if it's going to give me more effective health than like health or resist would on a piece of gear. I wrote this question through a translator, but I kind of understood. Can you get more than 200 points on a mage, which looks like the best plus after basic stats? Oh, yeah, Magway. I don't think you want 200 armor on a mage. I think probably 100 to 150. 200. You probably want some gear with health, and then like one or two pieces with armor. But we're still figuring it out. I don't know why someone told me to spam wisdom and int instead of courage, because our buff scales with wisdom, thereby giving more DPS. Was that a lie? No, that's correct. Yeah, you want willpower. Willpower buffs your wisdom buff, and it buffs your clairvoyance buff. So yeah, willpower is good. It gives you ice damage too, which is strong in PvP. Okay, so boys, where are we at with this respec? We've got all the skills we want, except maybe Fireball. I should probably max Fireball. I'm thinking about it. We want to think a little bit more about main stat. Now that we kind of know how each of these things is going to scale. Actually, you know what? Now that I have a much higher intelligence value, we're going to do a little bit more damage testing to see if the scaling continues to look the same. Okay, so we are at 503 intelligence, 394 courage, 95 willpower. I don't think we really need to keep track of spell crit, but just in case. Alright, Ignite currently does 739 to 862 plus 300. Chains does 582 to 679. Shard does 684 to 798. Inferno. Does it really do that much? Bro, that's so high. Man, I don't feel like my Inferno tooltip was that high before we respec. Was it really that high? Anyone want to go comb the VOD? Dude, I don't remember these being so high. Maybe they were. You're becoming a wizard? Wait till you get the buff that gives you ints. Yeah, we we have all the buffs. Just a solid heads up. Not sure if this is true, but I respected, deleted all my gear. It mailed it to you, Smithers. So there's a little mail icon on your minimap right here. You just click that and you'll get your gear back. It's because you can't equip it anymore. That's why it got sent to you. Inferno top end is 2517. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's just been a while since I looked at these then. All right, let's put I'm a little worried about over-investing, and I should have stopped int at like 100 so we could keep testing here. I'm a little bit worried about over-investing. That's okay. Maybe we'll go at like 125. I think that'll still be worth. So the goal here is to see if there is some more than flat scaling that takes place. Like if there's some percentage scaling that takes place in these abilities. And it does seem like there is. But we'll do a couple level ups to confirm. Hard to tell after just one level up. Ignite gained 1 to 2 plus 2. Inferno gained 3 to 4, which is pretty high. Scorch gained 1 to 1. Chains gained 1 to 1. Shard gained 1 to 1. Yeah, so that might have just been a fluke on the Inferno getting that much. I'm thinking that maybe there's probably flat scaling and then a bonus. Someone said it was like a sine wave or something. I don't think it's that tricky. My best guess at the moment is that there's a bonus every so many levels, and that's why we're seeing the numbers be off sometimes. But for the most part, it's just a flat level by level. Yeah, because see, now we're back to getting 2 to 3 from Inferno, which is pretty comparable to what I was getting in the 100s. And then Ignites. Also pretty similar. Okay, so that time Ignite gained 1 to 1. Inferno gained 2 to 3. Scorch gained 2 to 2. Chains gained 1 to 1. And Shard gained 2 to 2.
Debbie, you want to get these potions off of me before I sell them?
Yeah, come to 21.
This is looking very
The vendors.
very similar to what we saw earlier.
Where you at?
Vendors. The merchants that sell the gear.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Okay.
Okay. I think I'm good with this. This is
Thank you.
this is enough to do some math and figure the rest out. Dawn Trips or Don't Rips. Thanks for the prime. Character was nailing nice numbers. We were getting some nice numbers. I think we can get even nicer ones, though. Thanks for doing this. Takes a lot of time and investment to calculate this
These
stuff.
agility scrolls?
Yeah.
Huh?
Agility scrolls.
Good that we can get it all done in one day.
Yeah.
Remember in New
I
World
use
when we had to test for like 3 weeks straight because there were so many bugs?
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Can't spell your game name. Wanted to let you
it's
see some
Umbra.
gear. Oh, it's just Moreland. It's just my Twitch name without
Oh,
TV
sorry.
on it.
You initiated.
How much a point in Wiz and Int is worth of spell crit? Wiz does
Oh,
not
huge.
get you any spell crit, but it does increase your
How much
boon.
does that scroll boost your damage? by,
One
like,
whiz is
5%?
5 crit on your buff,
It's 21 agility.
so it's pretty good. But you can only have the buff up half the time or less.
Hey, quick question. What is your agility before I buff you?
649. 688.
Okay, chains.
So only buffs the base stats?
Yeah. Oh. Wow.
The spreadsheet's getting too big for its own good. Okay, so I think in general, we can assume that 1 point event is going to get most of our spells, like 1.5 damage,
Let's go PvP.
and then it's going to get Inferno like 2.5 damage.
Yeah, just go to Minos.
Give me a second. I'm almost killing this web.
Courage is going to be about half that much, and it's only going to apply to fire spells. It's a little more than half, maybe 2/3. And then same thing, willpower is only going to apply to ice,
Let me buff you.
and it's going to be, maybe half as good as Int, maybe a little more than half. So our number one priority is getting Inferno to hit as hard as humanly possible. But I would say the next most important thing is the chains combo, the ice combo. This is pretty substantial. 8-second cooldown. We're using this a lot in PvP.
Have to turn it off.
We're not really scorch spamming too much, although, yeah, ignite is on a 10-second cooldown. We're always going to have this on the target too, so that kind of helps. Fireball's on a 6-second cooldown. But honestly, I haven't been using Fireball too much. It's mainly the
Check
Inferno
out
that we want to
first.
look at.
Go this way.
So when it comes to min-maxing the last bit of our experience, what we want to ask is what's going to give us a more consistent DPS increase? The extra crit from investing here, or the extra raw damage from investing in main stats? And then we want willpower and
Yeah, that's fine.
we need to figure out the exact ratio of cost between these two. Right now, my int costs almost twice as much as
Mage
willpower.
right here.
That's too much. We need to bring willpower closer. Courage only costs like 1/3 as much.
Can't hit him.
Let me mute Discord so I can think. Don't know how to work the chat game. I think you just do /W to whisper someone. Did anyone build Mage int will over int courage? That's what we're doing now. Yeah, I just respect. I was very heavy into int courage, and we're respecing to get more points into willpower. I'm gonna have to change some of my gear too, which is kind of a bummer. I think for gear. Here, let me see how exact I can get the values for each of these. So if we do like equivalency points. We can say that one int is worth, let's just say for the sake of simplicity, we'll say one int is worth 1 damage and 0.3 crit. And then we can say 1 willpower. One willpower is worth, how do I want to figure this out? Because 1 willpower is worth half a point of int. But it's going to double dip on ice spells because we're going to get the increased damage from the willpower itself, and we're going to get the increased damage. So let's make that. Let's separate damage into 2 different columns. We'll do fire damage, ice damage. And then courage doesn't give us any bonus int. It's not going to give us any ice damage. It's going to give us about half a point of fire damage compared to int, and it's going to give us twice as much spell crit compared to int. Actually, does it? Yeah. Yeah, 3 courage is 2 spell crit, right? And 3 int is 1 spell crit? Okay. Let me think about this. So I think this is basically what we're looking at. Dots cannot crit. Yeah, I don't think it doesn't really matter. The dot damage isn't that significant for us anyways. Base int is 230. Did I go too far? You did. Yeah, you went quite a bit too far. I'm 373 will, 689 int, 197 courage with my int buff on. Yeah, that's a pretty good ratio, I think. Someone in the mage chat said this. Vim of wisdom, wiz divided by 2 plus 6 equals int. I think it's plus 5, but yeah. They probably have plus 6 because it's rounding. 1 int crit is a 1.0002 multiplier on damage. What? We could do that. Yeah, we could do it like that. Okay, let me think. Half of 1 out of 125. I think it's not half though, right? I think it's every 3. Oh, my Chrome is lagging. Yeah, it goes up every 3 int is 1 crit. Every 3 courage is 2 crit. So it only goes up in 3s. Okay, so if 25 crits is 1%, 25 per crit is a 0.5% damage increase, right? So every 50 crit is going to increase our damage by 1. I think that's right. Because 25 crit rating is 1% crit chance. Crits are a 50% damage bonus. So every 1% crit is a 0.5% damage increase. Okay, so then gotta make sure I'm doing this right. No, that doesn't seem right. Okay, so every 75 ents is a 0.5% damage increase. So what's 0.5 divided by 75? Not very much. 0.67%. Every point of int is a 0.67% DPS increase just from crit. Does that seem right? Okay, I think that seems right. Okay, now as far as if we look at the flat bonuses that we're getting on these spells, it's like I don't know. We'd have to average all this together. It's probably like 0.2% per int. Because, like, Fireball's doing an average of, let's say, 1,900 damage right now. Divided by 775, we chopping. Probably need to use GPT, because each skill gets more expensive the more you buy them, and it's not linear. Yeah, that's the easy part, though. We just need to just see what the actual damage increase is, and then we can compare the cost pretty easily. No, a mage cannot have an offhand. Yeah, you're right, though. ChatGPT is probably better at solving this than I am. Do I want to feed all that into right now? I don't know if I do. It's a less than 1. Yeah, I think we'll say it's like a 0.15% increase in both. Now, if I do, okay, so each point of willpower is going to get me half of the benefit of that and for fire damage. And then it's going to get me 1.5 the benefit for ice damage. Courage is going to be half the benefit for fire. None of the benefit from ice. and then twice the benefit from crit, which is actually kind of a lot. Weapon points and courage for mage. It gives you fire damage and it gives you spell critical. Will be a wreck if Moros disappears. Moz, how many glasses of wine have you had tonight? Just got my first godly drop. Nice, dude. Is it a good one? What'd you get? What are you going with for this build? We're mathing it out right now. I've been working on it all day. Appreciate you putting in the work. I've been wondering about this. Yeah, I do think it might be a little bit faster to feed it. I think we're at the AI. I think we're at the GPT stage of this analysis. I think I do need to feed it. Okay, let me get a drink of water. And then... I know it doesn't feel like it, but we're close to the end. You guys think we should use ChatGPT or Gemini? Isn't Gemini supposed to be smarter for math now? I don't know if the... Whoa! No! Why did I do that? Was I too AFK? I knew this was going to happen. I forgot to move? Oh god, how bad is it going to be? Okay, that's not that bad. That could be worse. I don't know if Will has a prefix name. It's got a few. Well, not a prefix. Do you mean affix? What are you going for with this build? As much damage as possible. Okay, this is now a ChatGPT stream. Dude, this sidebar on my ChatGPT is so personal. Oh my god, I'm so glad you can hide that. Okay. That would have been hilarious if I had to show that. Okay, is there a dark mode for this website? I feel like I just flashbanged everyone. Let me help. What, with the math? Just picked up this game today. How do you keep your mana up when fighting? Just use mana potions. You can rest every 2.5 minutes, the sleep skill. Other than that, I mean, dying works. When you're leveling, sometimes I would just die to reset my mana. But yeah, chug whatever potions you loot. That helps a little bit too. Having a duo partner is really good. Leveling with 2 people in this game is really good. Okay, seriously, is there a dark mode for this? This is aggressive. Okay, we'll just make it small. Okay, I am min-maxing my mage in a video game. Here is the stuff. He'll know what I'm talking about. 3 int equals 1 crit rating. 3 courage equals 2 crit rating. 25 crit rating equals 1% crit chance. Crit damage bonus is 1.5. 50% extra. I have 2 types of damage, fire and ice. My biggest fire spell hits for... What's it gonna hit for once we're actually geared? We're gonna have to guess a little bit. We'll say 2,500. Each point of int adds about 2.5 damage to the fire spell. And about 1.3 damage, or we'll say 1.25, to the smaller fire spells, which do, what do we think those do? About half of Inferno? Can anyone look at their Scorch right now with like 600 int and tell me how much it does? We'll just say like half of what Inferno does. Both of my ice spells hit for, what do we think those are going to go for? Once we stat into them, probably around like 800. Shards hits a little bit more. We'll just keep it simple. Yeah, we'll say like 800. It adds about... Probably about the same. Probably like 1.25. Just to keep the math simple, I'm going to try to... Some of this is going to be guessing and rounding, but just to keep the math simple, I'm going to try to use some of the same values. Let me clarify that it's flat damage. One point of courage adds about, it's like a little more than half. What do we want to say? Maybe like 0.7. We'll say like 1.5 to Inferno and 0.5 the smaller spells. Let me see if that's actually true. Yeah, so Courage was making Inferno go up by like 3 every other. Yeah, so 1.5 I think is fair. And then the smaller spells were going up by 1 and then 1 to 3. Let's reduce that just a little bit. When you explain to it what willpower is. Here, we'll put that at the beginning. Theorycrafting with ChatGPT is better than doing it by hand. Do yourself in the UI, look at the bottom left. Click settings, open appearance, select dark. Okay, I'll do that in a second. Clicked in hopes of seeing what this game is about. I've seen nothing but math and login screen the past 20 minutes. Yeah, you did pick the wrong time. You could click on the VOD, or you could, you know, I'm sure other people are streaming. Sorry, dude. 5 to 60 int, Scorch crits at 1260, 835 normal. Yeah, maybe I'm being too generous with my Scorch damage. We'll say like 1,000. I thought Will was 1 ice damage, Courage was 1 fire damage. It depends on what you mean by 1. If you mean like just 1 flat damage, no. No, it varies how much you gain. Each point of willpower. Let's see here. We're probably gaining like point. It depends. Shard gains a lot more than Chains does. We'll say 0.6 again. Okay, did I leave anything out? Biggest fire spell hits for around 2,500 each point of int, adds about 2.5 flat damage to Inferno, and about 1.25 damage to the smaller spells, which do around 1,000. 1 point of Courage adds about 1.5 flat damage to Inferno and about 0.6 to the flats. Both my spells hit for 800. Each point of int adds about 1.25 flat damage to both ice spells. Each point of willpower adds about 0.6 to the ice spells. We've got the crit formula and everything in. Is there anything else we need to consider? We also need to explain to it that each point of willpower also increases int by 0.5 and crit rating by 2. Technically it's 2.5 over time, but I'm going to assume non-optimal uptime. Okay, let's see what it does with that. And then you said there is a dark mode. Where do you see appearance? The whole game is dead? Did you guys all get disconnected? Oh, you just mean game's dead like no one's playing? Yeah, it's so true, dude. New World has way more players than this game does. Look at the bottom left corner of ChatGPT window, click settings, open appearance, select dark. Oh, there's setting. I thought there was like an account page. Okay. Appearance. Wow, there's so many settings. Did you guys know that ChatGPT had all these settings? That's crazy. Is there a setting to get it to not agree with me when I'm arguing with it about politics? You guys ever do that? You guys ever argue with ChatGPT about politics? Okay, me neither. It's a classic marginal value expected damage problem. I'll keep it tight. I love when ChatGPT keeps it tight. Is there a setting to have it not say things like keep it tight? Okay, let's look through what it's done so far and make sure that everything's clear. Yeah, 0.5% DPS increase from 1% crit. I agree. Convert stats into crit rating. I don't have any idea if that's correct. We're going to take its word for it. You can tell it to roleplay from any perspective you want. Not any perspective. Trust me. I've read into some guardrails. That don't break TOS. Yeah, well, some perspectives break more TOS than others, and it doesn't always seem that balanced to me, J-Big. That's all I'm saying. Anyways, moving on. Spell crit depends on cost scaling, but raw crit is always strongest per point. I don't know what that means. Does anyone know what that means? Willpower 2 crit rating directly. Yeah, I mean, it's actually indirectly, but for the sake of simplicity, we're... Wow, are these all really that close? It's saying that these are all almost equivalent for the sake of Inferno DPS. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and say that willpower is actually worth more than int for Inferno because we are always going to have Boon of Clairvoyance up when we Inferno. So... the normalization that I'm doing for Boon of Clairvoyance wouldn't really apply here. We'd actually get even more benefit. That's not what I expected. That's crazy. Do we see any mistakes here? We'll have to double check some of this to make sure. For Scorch and Ignites, Int is a much bigger winner, but Willpower's still close. Willpower dominates Ice. Yeah, that's what we expected. Wow. ChatGPT says Willpower's better than Int overall. Whoa. How much XP it costs needs to be the modifier? They all cost the same amount of XP, dude. What do you mean? Putting a direct point into spell crit is worth more? Because that point scales. What do you mean? Cross-reference it with another LLM? True, we don't need to check its work. We can have another LLM check its work. Unless I fed it wrong info. then it'll make the same mistakes. How do you respec? You go to the bishop in town. He's to the northeast towards the bank. Okay, we're almost back in game. Doesn't take into account for cooldown. Well, yeah, obviously Inferno is not going to be the bulk of our DPS, but in PvP, it is going to be the source of most of our kills. You asked what the sentence meant? Putting a direct point into spell crit is worth more because the point scales. That's what it... So that's what this... Raw crit is always strongest per point. Oh, is it saying that if a point of crit costs the same amount as a point of int, that it's always worth more? That can't be right. There's no way that's right. Do we think that's right? Best once flat scaling starts to fall off. Okay. I mean, we can just tell it what each of the spells are. Full on. We're just gonna... I'm not gonna change the values of these too much. I mean, we can. We might as well. It's smart enough to deal with it, right? Alright, let's feed it some actual values. Is it every 2 seconds for 8 seconds? Is that right? Man, we're living in a brave new world. Is it called Chains of Ice? I think that's what it's called. Okay, some things to consider. In PvE, these will be spammed on cooldown, but in PvP, Scorch spam is not viable, and Inferno requires some setup like a CC, so it might also not be getting spammed on cooldown. Both ice spells generally are spammed on cooldown in both PvE and PvP. What else do we need to tell it? Do we need to tell it anything else? Don't forget cast times. I'm not too worried about those. What is the cast time for chains? Is it faster than Ignite and Scorch? I mean, they're pretty much all the same except Inferno, right? Or is chains actually faster? That I feel like that info is baked into this paragraph here where we're telling it how often we're using it. Chains is 1 second? Okay. Tell it how much XP you have to spend. We'll get there. I want to make sure it understands the spells first. Int, will, courage all cost the same. It's gonna know what I mean, right? XP per point. Spell crit rating has its own scaling. Okay, let's start with that. Use warmth to buff up. You do, yeah. We could throw warmth in there as well. It's giving, yeah. It's the fact that it's Boon of Clairvoyance. Maybe I shouldn't factor in Boon quite yet. I'm gonna have it do this analysis with and without Boon. Because willpower just shows up so hard when we include Boon of Clairvoyance. It's still saying that Int and Will are worth about the same. Even for Inferno. Sustained fire favors Int hard. So for PvE, it still says Will is better than Courage though, even for fire builds, even for PvE Scorch spamming. Willpower crushes ice scaling. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Okay. It still says Willpower's king. Your willpower. Yeah, I know my willpower's too low. I didn't ask that. Let's see. To clarify, I assigned. What did I assign? Did I put too much? Did I give willpower too much? What did I say? That seems so high. Crit rating by 2. No, that's correct. I assigned 2 crit rating per willpower. What actually happens is 1 willpower increases a buff called Clairvoyance by 5 crit rating. It's a 20-second buff on a 40-second cooldown, averaging about 2.5 crits rating total. And I assumed 2 because of imperfect uptime. If we remove Clairvoyance from the picture, how do things look? Just to know that we're not overdoing it. Let's see how willpower is without the buff. Don't AFK out of your queue. I'm 80, position 80. Courage falls off a lot compared to the other two. About 120k worth of XP waiting to spend based on your analysis? Yeah, me too. You legitimately always have Boon on, so doing it without it factored in is pointless. It's just good to know. It's just good to know because right now the analysis it's giving me is so heavy on willpower that I just want to make sure. The amount I hate that Ranger is the only class with mana issues. The rest of us got too much brain, dude. I stand by my 150, 150, 150. 150, 150, 150 might actually not be bad. I think it's probably more like 150, 150, 120 though. I think courage, we're probably only going to invest in courage until it costs like 60% as much as the other two. Okay, so int equals willpower for ice without boon. Courage does beat willpower for fire spells without boon. By a lot. Crit has diminished value due to ignite dot not critting. That's smart, actually. So... Huh. It's still better. Just the int bonus from willpower beats courage for fire damage. I guess that makes sense. Does that make sense? Courage should be increasing. I don't know if I agree with that analysis. No clairvoyance, courage becomes better. Okay. Does it though? Is that much of the value really coming from clairvoyance? I guess so. Okay. Does it include Venom of Wisdom? Yeah, it does. Boon is also dispellable buff by clerics. Yeah, it's... I don't know how many clerics are really doing that, though. It's pretty easy to recast it. Are a bunch of clerics running around chain dispelling people? Okay, we're in. I'm working on redoing my stats, so don't worry too much about the current values. Just focus on overall analysis. Clairvoyance should be up 40 to 50% of the time, so let's factor it back in. Let's feed it some XP values. Since XP costs increase per point spent on each individual separate stat, not collectively. Need to figure out what ratio of my XP should go to each stat. For example, an investment of 80 points costs 23k XP. 90 points is 30k, 100 points is 40k, 110 is 50k, 120 is 63k, 130 is 77k. That should be enough for it to figure out. I have 500k total XP, but some will need to go to other stats like health and resist. Don't worry about those yet. Crit rating cost 27k for 400. 42k for 500. 60k for 600. 80k for 700. The more you put into will, the less you'll need to put in spell crits. So it's probably worth having more will than int, depending on cost. It's looking like will and int are probably about equal. I think that's kind of where the analysis has been leading. Because you just get so much value out of your buffs from willpower, and in PvP the ice damage is pretty good too. Any tips on an early mage builds? I'd probably just crank spell crit as hard as you can the early levels, and then just try to efficiently raise intelligence and willpower together, and then have your courage cost like half as much as your int and your willpower does. Something like that. Okay, 3 layers. True per point value of each stat. Yes, this is what we want. Equivalent points. This is what I was trying to figure out on my own. How increasing XP changes priority. What XP ratios look like. Crit math refresher. Okay. Yeah, 1% crit is 0.5% DPS. 1 crit rating is 0.02 damage. 2.5. Okay, yep. We get all that. Int, baseline king. The most universally efficient stats. Willpower is near int for ice, weaker than int for fire. Solid crit contributor. Courage, 2 X's. Yikes. Raw crit rating. Scales with all damage. Raw crit gets better as flat scaling costs rise. I still don't understand what they mean by that. It just means compared to the... As the attributes get expensive, crit looks better, I guess. Couldn't you say that about any of them? We care less about the best stat and more about where each stat becomes inefficient. Yes. Okay, so it's saying crit scales more gently. Oh, here we go. See, I don't know. Why is this so low? Shouldn't this be close to int? Int still dominates. Willpower is efficient with Clairvoyance. Courage supports Inferno without overcoming. It's doing some kind of subjective... I feel like it's undervaluing Clairvoyance here. Oh, this is early game. Okay, okay. Well, it's wrong about this because it doesn't understand how early crit works. Yeah, we don't care about early, mid, and late, bro. We just care about late. Okay, so it thinks we should go hard on crit. Really? Crit is superior per XP. Try referencing Dreadmyst directly? No, that literally never works. If you ever ask ChatGPT like, go get me the formulas for this stat in this game, it's literally never correct about anything. It goes insanely. It hallucinates like crazy. I mean, it's better to buy 1 willpower for 1500 than 3 courage for 1500. Yes. No. 3 courage? No. If your courage costs 1/3 your willpower, then it's probably worth putting more into courage. Can you over crits? You'll never get to 100% crit. Yeah, that's not an issue. You would need 2500 crit rating. If you have 2 damage pools, one from stat additive values and one from critting, as your damage pool increases, the value of flat damage from stats decreases, while crit is a constant multiplier. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, so every point event is getting you less and less of a damage increase relative to the previous point, and crit is always giving you the same damage increase. Point for point. Okay. Get your soft cap. What is that? What is it? What is the soft cap? Still having fun? Yeah, of course, Theo. Is it insane to put 800 in spell crits? It might be a little insane. I probably 600 to 700. You're 2600 with the buff? Okay, you went too hard. Yeah, you went a little too hard. The video guide was saying 1060 health, 120 willpower, 160 int. Yeah, but I mean, did they do all this analysis? I don't know. I don't know what some random guy from beta did to figure that out. I'm not going to trust him. If you look at the Mage chat for Games Discord, a lot of people go 1000 crit. No, nobody goes 1000 crit. You're thinking of total crit. We're talking about stat investment only. Nobody invests 1000 into crit. That would be your whole build. Our total crit will be well above 1000. It'll probably be over 1000 even without the buff. So. If you're Bisk gear, you'd be over 1k. Yeah, easily. But you're not going to invest 1000 into crit. Nobody's going to invest 1000 into crit. That's literally not a thing. We're strictly talking about investment here, guys. We're not talking about total stats at all. Total stats is going to depend on gear, enhancement, a whole bunch of other stuff that we're not currently worried about. We're only worried about spending XP right now. Did the math have 110% crit with the buff up? ChatGPT doing the LLM specialty of missing the elephant. I mean, I haven't explained to it. I don't think I'm going to end up with more than 2500 crit anyways. I don't understand how you're certain. Well, it's simple. It's because 900. It's 1000 crit is 166,000 XP. I mean, I don't know. Maybe somebody did that. Maybe someone invested 166k into their crit. That seems very marginal to me. $900 crit. There are people with 1000. 900 invested. Well, let's see. I need to understand why it thinks. I mean, it seems to be implying that we should go super high into crit here. Once flat stats equal 120 to 130. The thing is, do we actually have enough to do that? So 130 flat would be 77k. Let's create the 500k gold trap for mages. Is that what's going to get everyone to respec? Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's going to end up spending 500k sooner or later. Understand that crit is divided by target's level? Kind of. It understands that 25 crit is 1%, so that's roughly the same thing. We need a better heuristic than this. We need to come up with an XP pool just for these 4 stats. So let's decide what we're going to set aside for weapon skill, resist, and health, which shouldn't be that much. Probably only like 50k between those 3 things at most. Oh, and skills. We have to worry about skills. Let's see. I've got 19k in health right now, and I've got 71k in skills. So that's 90k right there. We also have a 10k in barter, 10k in lockpick. So that's 110k. A few thousand into dodge and resist. Nothing too crazy. We'll say that's 120k. So that leaves me 380. Did I forget anything? I'm investing 120k into defensive stats, which leaves us 380,000 to allocate between these 4 stats. How would you do it? Two 5-5-4 crit and not critting 100% of the time. Are you fighting a boss that's like level 28? Because some of the dungeon bosses are like level 28, level 30. So theoretically, you would need 2,800 or 3,000 crit to be 100% for them. Is there a cap on total XP gain? Yeah, 500,000. I've earned 120 points in willpower. Clairvoyance with my gear gives 1860 crits. My mediocre gear boosting it. I think the disconnect is how far gear can close the crit gap versus base stats. I don't think I'll have any gear that has spell crit on it. I don't think it's a strong enough stat on gear. All of our crit's going to come from XP. It's going to come from stats. Okay, 110 to 120 jump is still reasonable. 120 to 130 starts to hurt. Lock in int. Okay, recommendation int 120 points. Competes poorly with crit at that point. Willpower 100 points for 40k. Fire scaling drops off. Ice is already well supported. That's probably true because it is a flat damage increase, I think. Okay, so crit starts to get juicy. Courage 90 points. What am I at right now? I'm at 60, 80, and 123 because we were doing some testing. Wow, it actually wants me to just fucking blast crit. Okay, let me give it the top end crit values and see if it still thinks that. I don't know if I like that though, because there's something to be said for like top end damage too, especially when fighting paladins and shit. Like I want to be able to crit for as much as possible, even if I occasionally don't crit. Sometimes it's better to have a lower crit rating but a higher top ends. But just from a raw DPS calculation, it might be right about this. Okay, so it says at least 700 for crit. Option A, push crit to 800, 900, then int to 130. Option B, push int to 130, add crit to 800. This is the same thing. Both options are the same. Oh, it guessed. It almost guessed correctly how much it would cost to get 800 crit. It said 105. It's actually 107. Let's try to spend all of this. A bit more info. 140. Cost 90. Stat cost 92.5k. 800 crit is 107k. 900 crit is 135k. 990 crit is... I swear to God, if it tells me to put 1,000 into crit, I'm gonna look so stupid. Okay, here we go. What up, Sonny? You trying to train the AI? Yeah, I'm teaching it how the stats in this game work, so it can tell me how to build my character. 701 crit is BIS. ChatGPT is skewed because it doesn't grasp 100% crit rates and how overkill crit stacking can become. Yeah. I think we're going to have to explain to it how much stats we're getting on gear. Okay, it wants 140 int. Okay. $140 int, 120 willpower, 100 courage. Is that exactly what the mage guide says? Maybe they already did all this. Maybe the guy already chat GPT'd this in beta. Oh, I'm so upset. It actually wants me to spend 1,000 on crit. Remember when I said no one would ever do that? Okay, let's figure out let's teach it about the cap and see if it still wants me to put 1,000 into crit. Because yeah, I mean, you guys are hitting like 2,800 with your crit. That's too much. We don't need that much. So what's the best way to explain this? Okay, we need to consider the cap of 100% crits or 205 crit rating. Remember, that's 1 willpower equals 5 crit rating with boon of, we'll just call it Clairvoyance. I don't think I told it. It was called boon. I don't want to waste crit by going too high, or I don't want to waste XP by going too high and not getting any benefits. Also, I will be able to get int, will, courage on gear, but not spell crit because it's undertuned. Is it undertuned? Fuck, maybe I should have it. Take a look at that too. Purple. What are the ranges on purples? Like 40 to 60, depending on upgrade level. 40 to 60 per item, maybe higher on weapon. We'll just say I'll be able to get a few hundred. I'll be able to get, let's ballpark it. Trying to think of the quickest way to explain this. $500 plus int from gear, along with a similar amount of willpower or courage, depending on how I probably willpower. We'll just say probably willpower. Spell crit exists as a mod on gear, but it's about, what is it, like 12? You get like 12 spell crit? Maybe 15 if it's upgraded. Compared to 40 to 50 main stat that I could get instead. Max spells costs 111k. I didn't max all of them. There's a few that I'm not maxing. Main stat skill better than crit on gear. Okay. That's what, kind of what we were already working with. Your stat-based crit matters a lot. Let's assume will heavy gear. When will equals 5 crit rating, 45% uptime, 2.25 effective crit rating. No, we don't need... We don't know how much we're going to have when the buff is up, dude. That's not... Come on. It's smart enough to understand this. Say 200 courage. Yeah, we might have 200 courage from gear. I mean, what's the least we would have? 100? So that's not going to be totally off. 14. Overall, I think this is fair. Assuming that we're going to get 1400 crit from gear is probably fair. Because we'll have... At the end of the day, when all this shit's upgraded, we'll have more than 500 from gear. So that's a good baseline to work with. Okay, so 8 to 900, not 1,000, is the conclusion. Well, I mean, Boon of Clairvoyance with 600 willpower is already like 3k crit, isn't it? Because gear already gives huge will, flat stat, XP, now it's diminishing relative value. Gear will pushes crit upward, which lowers the value of raw crit XP further. Final recommendation. There it is. See, now willpower is worth the same as it. I don't agree. Do we agree? I feel like I don't agree. $110 into courage. 800 into crit rating. $38k to dump into health, which I might actually do. If I have 1400-ish crit rating just from gear, like you said. I mean, would we... Is it counting willpower when it's saying that, though? Yeah, it is. We need separate analysis for how much crit I have with Clairvoyance on and off. It doesn't make sense to just say willpower is worth 1125 on average from gear. Alright, let it run that. 141, 41, 10 seems off. It is off. Yeah, we need to fine tune it some more. We have 120 will, courage, and 175 int. That's not bad. Yeah, that's not bad. I think you probably need to pull some out of int and put it into crit and health, but that's not too bad. I went crazy on int my first time too. I did 190 into int my first time through. Okay, don't show me all this. I don't care. Baseline crit from gear. Why is it saying crit off and crit on? Does it mean Clairvoyance? With 500 willpower from gear alone, Clairvoyance already overcaps crit unless raw crit is near 0. Which it won't be. Nut tree willpower is an average. Ignore crit cap during Clairvoyance. Accept it Clairvoyance over... Just deal with it is its recommendation. Treat Clairvoyance crit as mostly wasted but unavoidable. Why would I do that? Why would I mostly waste? Then I would that would have to severely reduce the value of willpower. Let's see, what does my gear look like right now? Okay, so my definitely not optimal gear right now. With half my XP remaining, we're already at 500 int and 400 courage. Yeah, so I think I don't think it'd be that hard to get 600 int, 600 will. Oh, now it wants me to stack courage. Oh, but then it immediately argues with itself. What are you talking about right now, bro? Just get to the point. It still wants 140 willpower. But it wants us to drop crit down to 700. I still didn't really see it properly analyze... So, How much crit will I actually have with and without the buff? You didn't really say. It's optimizing off state and accepting that the button overcrits. Yeah, we're not going to do that. Bro, I do not need to see this much of your work. Okay, so crit off 1120, crit on 4300. My goodness, guys, that's kind of high. I don't think we need 4300. You cannot avoid overcap if you run will gear. I don't have to run will gear. Just assumed it would be the best value. I can split the second stat more between will, courage, and my gear. Is there a way to waste less while buffed, but keep the unbuffed values higher? What else did it said something else that was goofy. Yeah. Also, you don't have to show so much math. Is it time to tell it to scale for Clairvoyance cap? Power gives you crit only when the buff is up. Yes, we know that. You don't have to tell us what we already know. Instead of stacking will, run int and courage on some pieces and int and will on others. See, I like this solution because I already have a lot of int and courage gear and I don't want to give it all up. Cap willpower lower than int. Yep. That's the other solution that I think is smart. Okay, and now it suddenly wants a grip of courage again. Dude, make up your mind. I feel like you can't let it do too much of its own value judgments. You have to be like, this is exactly the goal state. Mathematically, how do I get here? If once it starts trying to analyze like what's situationally better, it just goes completely off the rails. After all this, it's going to say go 1000 crit and 150 courage int. Let's see. 800 crit is close. Int on every piece. 50-50 courage and will. $50 to 55 unbuffed, 85 to 95 buffed. I mean, that does seem a lot better. That does seem a lot better. Trying to think of what I can ask it to really dial this in. Starts losing the topic when you get too deep. Yeah, it kind of does. Kind of does. Do you guys like Gemini better for this kind of stuff? I was thinking about using Gemini. I feel like it's got better reasoning now. Free 3.5 only has a 16k buffer. It's not able to consider the whole conversation at this point. If you're talking strictly PvP, you're not going to just free cast every time Boon is up, and good clerics will use insta triple dispel any mage they see. The gear, you have to have 150 int and 150 will to use it? I don't think so. I think it's a paladin thing. We don't have to deal with that as mage. Tell it to make a summary and then feed it to Gemini. Okay. That's actually kind of smart. Can you make a brief summary of all this that I can feed to a different AI? Smiley face. Mages also just bind deep freeze clerics. We do, yeah. That's the first thing I do in a group fight is just bind the cleric. Is it missing anything? It doesn't really say how much the damage increase is. Which is going to be important. No, I don't really want it. I didn't really want you to summarize your insights. That's subjective. Yeah, I don't... See, now I don't... I guess I could just delete that part out. Tell ChatGPT you're bad. I think it knows. Will this work? No, it's missing too much key info. Alright, you want to see if Gemini's better at this? I'm actually so curious. Because Gemini will go all the way back. It'll lag, but it'll go all the way back and consider like 100 messages ago what you told it. It just takes longer. Okay, allocate XP between int, courage, willpower, and raw crit by prioritizing ints. No, see, why is it making all these value judgments, bro? Like, just... This is why I stopped using ChatGPT. Alright. Here, I'm gonna edit this and send it to Gemini. Oh, I see what it's saying. Int for all spellcasting, willpower for ice, partial int conversion. Using courage plus raw crits to maintain baseline crit while avoiding overcap from clairvoyance. Gear is expected to provide 500 int. Yeah, it really doesn't know, actually, what the most relevant information that I gave it is. It really can't tell. Huh. Guys, is ChatGPT kind of dumb now? Is it because I ran out of Pro? I feel like it suddenly got really dumb. Ran out of my daily trial. What's in the source code? Feed it that. Oh, can we do that? Can we copy and paste the source code into Gemini? How long is it? Where do you use the key? Which one? The key to the barracks? Gemini seems to be way less forgetful. It got dumb and annoying like a few months ago. I haven't really used it recently. I've been using Gemini like for the past month. So yeah, I didn't realize ChatGPT was still this dumb. Yeah, we don't need an example allocation. We don't need any of that. We need it to independently come to these conclusions. Now that we did a little bit more of the work, though, and figured out how much XP we have to allocate, I think we can actually do this pretty fast. Sorry if any of you wanted to see gameplay today. I swear this is the only time we're going to do this. Claude seem better than ChatGPT these days. I haven't played around with Claude too much. My character has 500k total XP to spend. I've already allocated 120k to defensive stats, leaving 380k for int, will, and courage. Int, will, courage, and crit rating. Okay. 3 int equals 1 crit rating. 3 courage equals 2 crit rating. 1 willpower equals 5 crit rating, but only when I have the buff Clairvoyance. Assume about... Should we tell it 40% uptime? I don't know. That feels... Because it can get dispelled and stuff like that. Let's say 30% uptime. 1 willpower equals 0.5 int. Int increases all spell damage. Courage increases fire damage about a bit more than half as much as int. Willpower increases ice damage a bit more than half as much as int. .25 crit rating equals 1% crit chance. 2500 crit rating puts chance at 100%, meaning any additional is lost. Yeah. Crit multiplier. Yeah, I know what I'm trying to say. Set it to thinking instead of fast? True. Each point of int gives a variable 1 to 3 more damage with spell damage ranges. God, how can I summarize this? We need it to know the costs. And spell damage ranges. Here, we'll just give it a few examples. I don't know why I put that in parentheses. Let's give it ignite as well. Just so it knows we're using a lot of fire magic. We won't worry about the dot yet. I need to give a better explanation here. Gives 1 or 2 damage to the smaller spells and 2 or 3 damage to the big spell. That's going to be close enough. Okay, now we just need to give it the costs. I can fix that. Okay, that made it worse. And we will go all the way just in case it's good. I don't think it is though, but just in case. All right, is there anything else we need to tell it? That's a lot of info. Hit 7K, can't believe some people are 9.5. We need to start dungeoning more. Are you going to be on late tonight, Zabby? No? Oh, okay. Disconnected 3 times while trying to get the barracks, do the barracks key. Is this normal? No, it's not normal. I mean, over the weekend, the game was disconnecting a lot, but it's pretty stable now. But after work and then have Friday out? Okay, sounds good. Okay, am I forgetting anything here, boys? We've got some damage ranges. We got the costs. Think of a couple appropriate questions to ask me if you need more information about how I should about how to, yeah, whatever. Is there plan to be any crafting in Dreadmyst? I don't know. I mean, the guy who made the game, it just kind of made it for fun. So if he continues to work on it, I'm sure that there will be a bunch of additions to the game. Possibly crafting could be one of them. I don't know if he said anything about that specific though. The rotation bias, since courage only buffs fire and willpower only buffs ice, your optimal build depends heavily on what you actually cast. Roughly what percentage of your total damage comes from... See, that's a good question. If you're an Inferno First Mage, we can likely treat willpower as dump stats. Whether stat costs cumulative or fixed tiers. Those are the cumulative costs for each one. You can buy, obviously you can buy multiple stats up to a total of 380k XP. Oh, gear is the other thing I needed to tell it about. Can you snapshot or time your big spells? We can trigger Clairvoyance specifically. Yes, we can trigger Clairvoyance manually, but it has a theoretical 50% uptime, but it can be dispelled or just not optimized in frantic situations. So I think 30% is more reasonable. As far as rotation, Inferno has a 60-second cooldown. Ignite is 10. Scorch is 1. Both ice spells are 8. In PvE, these are spammed on cooldown, but in PvP, Inferno has to be set up with CC usually. So ice spells are often the opener. Scorch spam is rarely possible due to the positioning, but a good amount of fire casts will still happen. What percentage of our casts in PvP are ice versus fire? Fire spells are still probably... Do we think it's more than half in PvP? I mean, we're rotating chains and shard on cooldown. It's usually... If it's like a quick catch, it's usually chains into shard, into ignite, into... It's about 50... I feel like it's about 50-50. And then we're really only using Inferno if someone's like rooted or if they're bound and I know I'm going to get the full cast off. You think it's 60-40 Ice Fire? Ice Blast? Yeah, Ice Blast, but Ice Blast doesn't hit super hard. It's mainly for the root. I'll just explain everything I just told it. A typical PvP rotation would be Ice Chain into Ice Shard. Did I get AFK kicked again? Damn, dude. I wasn't even AFK for that long. Did he make the AFK timer more aggressive? Maybe he did. Oh, everyone got DC'd? Okay. So it's not just me. Hey, that gives us an opportunity to do some more math, you guys. That's exciting. into Ignite into Scorch. Inferno will only be used after a solid CC catch. But is very important for finishing off tanky for bursting tanky targets. What else is it asking me? Do you have a base int score before spending this XP? As for base stats, the rest will come from gear. I'll have 500 plus int from gear, and I'll be able to get a few hundred willpower, courage, or both, depending on what I focus. $500 crit for 42 is an incredible deal. Okay. If you're primarily a fire mage, courage is a more efficient way to buy crits. 100% cap, we need to be careful. If you buy 999 crits and have high willpower, you might accidentally blast past. Yes, definitely. So being over cap on crit with Clairvoyance up is likely. Focus primarily on PvP build for now, but give a very brief PvE summary also. Okay, this will work. I trust Gemini, kinda. I like 80% trust it to figure this out. Typing, you're so old school. Do you guys click the button and talk to it? Finish my box of golden grams just watching you calculate this. I'm out of snacks now. I know, this is taking longer than I thought. Server's full, try again. What? Are you guys able to log in? He says, investigating most recent crash. Okay. Loading. Forget the game, we want the math back. 5-hour math stream, dude. Listen. We only have to do this once, and then we'll know forever. And then we can tell everyone else. It'll be worth it, I think. I get asked this question 1,000 times a day, so I've got to have a good answer for it. My previous answer was not good. I didn't know enough. Probably led some noobs astray. Okay, in PvP, burst windows are more important than sustained damage. That's true. Since you can mainly trigger Clairvoyance, willpower effectively becomes your most efficient stat for securing a kill. Here's the most mathematically efficient min-max for your 380k, focusing on maximizing while staying under the 2500 crit cap. Okay, 800 crit, 140 int, 140 will, 130 courage. Wow, what do we think about that, boys? That's actually kind of close to what ChatGPT ended up saying. You get 1600 crit rating from this XP allocation alone. I don't, though. That's wrong. We need to correct that. When you add your gear base, estimated 400 to 500 crit from your int, you'll be sitting on... Yeah, but it didn't consider how much crit we're going to be getting from all the willpower on my gear, too. Gives you an 80-84% chance during your CC combo. That's pretty good. yeah, 80% is pretty good. I do like its thinking here. This was kind of what I was thinking too. Even though the ice spells do less damage generally. Well, I mean, I feel like they do less damage because I have so much courage on my gear. If I actually had willpower on my gear, they would do more probably, right? So that's the thing. The values I've been feeding it have actually been biased towards fire damage a little bit because I have more fire damage on my build right now. So that's something to think about. But yeah, I am a lot more likely to poke with ice than with fire. Especially since these cast faster. And they're just better openers usually. Efficiency of courage versus int. Because 3 courage gives 2 crit rating, double what int gives. It's a more efficient way to squeeze out the final points of crit. While still scaling your fire finishers. There's no way that I'm putting 130 points into courage, you guys. In PvE, you can't always rely on 30% uptime for boss phases. That's kind of true. This build is slightly less optimal than a pure int crit builds. If you were to spend 92k on crit rating instead of willpower, you would gain a permanent 3.5 chance. You would lose minus 28% crit chance. You need to consider how much crit clairvoyance will already be giving due to the fact that my willpower from gear will probably be between 300 and 500. Confirming God build parameters. This new information. It's not new information. I told you this already. You just didn't pay attention. Because you only need 334 more crit rating to reach 100% hard cap, we should shift away from flat crit and willpower and move into damage scaling and downtime consistency. Now it wants 140 courage? Guys, we're going to have to figure this out ourselves. None of these robots know anything. Yeah, it's yapping, dude. It's yapping. No, there's no crit resilience. Stop asking me questions about World of Warcraft. Let's make this much simpler. I need you to come up with equivalency values for int, courage, willpower, and crit rating. Using the information I gave you, assign a value of 1 to int, and then a comparative ratio value for the other 3 stats. Damn clankers. I mean, ChatGPT already knew to do this as part of its thinking, which was pretty impressive. Jim and I had to be told explicitly. And this kind of step 1, right? I mean, you would definitely want to normalize the stats first instead of just like YOLOing. Okay, while it does that, I think we can safely say that I'm undervalued in spell crit. Now, if I end up getting... What are we going to do, like 50-50? I mean, part of this also comes down to whether or not I can find triple stat gear. If I can find triple stat gear, that really changes the equation. But if not, we're probably going to end up like half and half. Every piece will have int on it, but the second stat will kind of split between int will and int courage. Yeah, and even just like 300 willpower is already enough to pretty much max our crit with Clairvoyance, isn't it? Half as valuable as a point of int, but much cheaper to buy. Okay, smart. It's saying that willpower is worth 0.85 int and courage is worth 0.7 int. I feel like that's close. I feel like that's close. Yeah, there is some of this is definitely subjective because it's like, do we want more damage on our poke? Do we want more damage on our finisher? It wants me to get 800 crit though. I mean, we've been seeing this theme over and over again. ChatGPT even suggested 1,000 at some point. So yeah, I think 100 crit we go with. I'm not doing 140 willpower. That is goofy. This ensures that during Clairvoyance you're getting the equivalent of 364 int worth of power. No, you're not. Don't value crit over 100%. It does nothing. Willpower goes crazy for the int buff. I swapped off of 1k crit. Willpower's nuts. Yeah. I'm going to end up with like 4,500 crit with that buff up, though. It's overkill. What's your total stats looking like right now? Between your int... With like your gear and everything. Between your int, will, and courage. Why is it saying I'm 86? There's no way... If I have 400 will from gear... Yeah, this is just from gear, bro. You're not counting the rest of the stats. Why is Gemini being stupid, you guys? I have it in thinking mode. There is also crit rating from courage and from base int and from base will. Why didn't you include those in your crit leak check? Oh, now it wants me to spend 0 on crit. No, okay, it still wants me to spend 700. 140, 140, 140? $420 willpower, 798 int. Damn, son. Are you pretty purpled out? 0 into courage? 0 XP or 0 gear? Do you have a spreadsheet for upgrading gear +1, +2? Yeah, there's one that's pinned in Discord. I think it's Grind Enjoyers. It's probably in the main Dreadmyst Discord too. Before you spend a single point of XP, you only need 200 more crit rating to hit 100% cap. Okay. Now it's... Dude. It still says... 140, 140, 140, 700. What a waste of time. I should have done my own spreadsheets. So I need to replace 2 pieces of gear too from when I tried full int courage. Yeah, I have pretty much all int courage right now. Okay, well, willpower definitely 100. Spell crit, I think at least 700. Once I get a few pieces of willpower gear, right now Clairvoyance is 757. If I get just a couple pieces, this is going to go up into the thousands. So I feel like that'll be close enough to cap. If I'm walking around with like 45% crit rate without buffs, I kind of think that's enough. Triple stat is ideal, just rare. Yeah, yeah. Okay, let's bring courage up to 80. Let me look at... We got 100. We have 100k left. Let me look at some marginal gains. So if I were to put another 10k into int, that's going to be 7 more points. That's going to get me... How much Inferno damage is that going to get me? See, this is how I should have framed it. Because that's going to get me... like another 1% Inferno damage. Now, if we put 10k XP into Spell Crit, it's just Clairvoyance throws things off so much. Okay, 10k into Spell Crit would be... Hold on. 28. So it'd be like 1%. Okay, so yeah, the int is better. The int is definitely better right now. I don't think we need for to go any further into crit. First look at Dreadmyst. Does the game have any monetization? No, it doesn't. If you're purely playing solo mage, it's a different story, but if you play with groups, the willpower's nuts. My int buff gives almost 250 int. Yeah. I mean, every point of willpower is every 2 points of willpower is basically 1 point of int. Here, let me see if I can reground Gemini to figure this out. Okay, let's specifically look at Inferno. Currently it does 2106 to 257. Damage. Each point of int will increase it by about 2.5. Willpower by about 1.25 because it gives half a point of int, and courage by about 1.5. What do I want to ask it here? Really, that's wild. Yeah, the guy who made the game literally just like did it as a hobby. Doesn't have any intention to monetize it. Been buying triple stack gear from vendor, just hopping channels. The level 24 gear, are you buying purples? Or there's no way, that's so expensive. Are you that rich? I don't know, 24 triple stack purples might not be that bad actually. That might be pretty solid. They might not be that much worse than 25s. Um, let's see. Did I already feed this thing some spell values earlier? Assuming we stick with 700k into, or 700 points into crit. So let's see, 700 crit. That left me, that's 80k XP. So that would leave, that leaves 300k to allocate between these three stats. How would you do it? I think we've got it almost there. At this point, I don't actually think it matters that much if it's like 10 points here or 10 points there. I'm probably going to end up doing like 100, 120, 140. I don't know what that would come out to. Not worth putting any points into regen? No, not really. Gee, how much are you putting into... whoops, that's the wrong screen. How much are you putting into... health? New 25 Ranger here. How do I start making money and getting gear? You can go kill Minotaurs and get the barracks keys. That's the easiest way to make money solo. And then once you can do a barracks run without dying, you can get some good gear from there, and you'll also get the the piece of the key that you need to do the next dungeon. You have 2,500 HP. How much did you invest? Next one is hard. Yeah, the second dungeon, especially on Ranger, the second dungeon's pretty hard. So you're hitting the 100% crit cap so aggressively through your willpower. We need to shift our focus to raw damage scaling. Yes, exactly. With 300k and a hard cap of 140. Oh, no, there's not a hard cap of 140. I just didn't think it would ever be worth going higher than that. Here, let me feed it some more info. We aren't capped at... So that's why I keep saying 140. It thinks it's the cap. 150 is 110k, and 160 is 130k. That makes sense now why it's obsessed with giving everything 140. I mean, I guess it's kind of true though. If we're happy with 700 in crit, why not just go 140 and everything at this point? Level 23 and have 5. Should I try running it? Barracks? What class are you? I mean, it's doable at 23 and it's really good XP, but it's if you die, you lose your key. So, Paladin? You could probably do it with Paladin. Any Paladins in chat? You think you could do the last boss at 23? Five at 23? This man's been killing some Minotaurs, dude. Paladin should be able to do it easily. Cleric can. If you're okay to spin across these stats, here's the optimal distribution for maximum burst damage. Okay, so specifically if we're just trying to min-max Inferno, it says 160, 140, 130. That's probably true. I'm still kind of leaning more into willpower though for the ice poke. Provides plus 2.5 damage per point. Those 160 points contribute over half of your total damage gain. I don't know what that means. Oh, okay. It's talking about the raw. I see. Sitting at 140% crit chance with Clairvoyance. We're over cap on Clairvoyance with 0 in crit. That's funny. Consider the damage increases for Ignite, Scorch, Ice Chains, and Ice Shard. Assuming I'm opening with both ice spells, so they might see a bit more use. No, let's assume about equal use across all four. So I was saying not to care about overkill on crit, because if you have high enough willpower, you're going to hit that rating no matter what. Yeah, I am worried about like getting dispelled though, or just not having the buff up when I need it. But I think having like 40-50% crit baseline is plenty. Willpower jumps up in value. Because it considers to every spell. Yeah. Courage is fire only stat. Also, the crit from fire is kind of, or from courage is kind of underwhelming now too. It's saying that willpower is worth 0.7 int and courage is worth 0.35. Do we agree with that? Do we think courage is only half as good as willpower? If courage is half as good as int for fire damage, a little bit more than half. It's like 60% as good as int for fire damage because it has more crit. But then it's garbage for ice damage. Yeah, I guess 0.35 is actually kind of right then. 160, 140, 130. It's the same thing. Same suggestion it was giving before. ChatGPT math? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to put... I'm going to do 120 will, 140 int. And then I'm going to ponder a little bit more. Actually, we want at least 100 courage. It's cheap. Okay, how much do I actually have left over? I feel like I must have told it something wrong, bro. Because it's saying I can afford 140 in all. And I can't. Yeah, I definitely can't. So I don't know how I came to that conclusion. But I think this is pretty close. I need to put a few points into weapon skill, which sucks because I don't know which weapon I'm going to use. We want a little bit of strength also for weapon skill. Let's see. 30 points for 2K. Sure. That's pretty free. How much would 50 cost? 7K for 50. We're not getting that much value out of it because it's only every third point. So I'm basically getting 10 weapon skill for this. So yeah, I don't want to put too much more in. We'll probably put... This gets really expensive real fast. So just 10 points here is pretty cheap. But then 20 already kind of starts to get expensive. It just... I hate this because I don't know which weapon I'm going to use. I hate that I have to choose one or the other. I don't know if the different weapon types even, like, make sense at all. Do you guys feel like it makes sense? I feel like your character should just have, like, an attack. Like a weaponry. It shouldn't be, like, stabs or wands. Like, I don't know why these need to be separate skills. Why would you ever invest in different skills? I feel like that's a bit of a flaw with the game at the moment. What does weapon skill matter for staff or wand? You're going to take less damage from physical attackers. Because the higher someone else's physical attack is, the bigger bonus they'll get against you. So you want to shrink that bonus by raising your own skill. I guess ideally we want a staff because it scales better. But if I get a pristine godly wand, I'm going to use it, so... Okay, and then Fortitude, 375. This only needs to be 400. I think we'll get that. So I would need 75 more stats. Before we were hitting this by like putting points into agility and shit. Is it 1 every 3? I don't know. Let me check my notes. Did I not actually write it down? Do you guys know what the formula for Fortitude is? Is it every 3 points equals 1 fort? Feels like it's a bit of a bait to weapon skills. Yeah, with 500k respecs, the weapon skills definitely are a bait. Wait until you get a weapon and put points in after. Yeah, but we're going to be PvP in the meantime, so it feels bad. Can you use a shield with a wand? No. Mages don't ever get to use shields. Yeah, plus 10 on purple, plus 7 on pink. Strength cleric any good? It can be, yeah. Yeah, there's some strength clerics running around. Why is my fortitude so much lower, though? I had like 420 fortitude before I respect. Do we want another 100 health? For 13k? That kind of seems like a good investment. Otherwise... Yeah, that's the same as like 8 points events. I kind of think 100 health is probably worth more. The other thing is, do we want any more? I mean, I could put a little bit more into dodge. I could put a little bit more into like fire resist. These are still pretty cheap. Oh, and I might still max Fireball. I'm being stubborn about this, but I should probably max it. It's like... It's more than 10% better than Scorch. It's like... Yeah, it's like 15, 17% better. I should be using that. Alright, fine. Bite the bullet on that. Still not maxing Lazarus. Do we max magical dampening? I feel like I'm better off just putting a little bit more into... I mean, if I get 5% more magic versus... Let's see. What's 100 health? Isn't 100 health 5%? No, it's not. It's like 4%, right? The mag damage reduction buff is extremely nice for 4-man dungeon. You think it's worth 14k XP? $600 fire resist, it definitely works. Yeah, I honestly don't think I'm gonna get like a ton more benefit from pumping these. I mean, that's not bad. 10 more courage and 10 more will for 24k. Um, 100 more health. I mean, it's not actually 4% because my total health I'm gonna have health on gear too. So if I put this in, it's probably gonna be like 2 or 3% more health. But it's gonna help against all kinds of damage, not just magical damage. The main thing is the magical dampening will help my group. Should I not be selfish? Okay, I won't be selfish. I'm not doing Lazarus, though. I'm holding out on Lazarus. Okay, and then the rest of this, I gotta save some for weapon skill. How much do I want to put in weapon skill? At least, like... Yeah, if we look at the marginal costs on these... It does feel like I put a little bit too much into courage. I'm gonna get a little bit more willpower though. I'm comfortable with that. Okay, we max magical dampening. When it does come time to do weapon skill, what's like 100 points? Impossible. Okay, so we're not gonna get that much. I might be able to get 50. 50 is 21k. $40 is 12k. I think we want at least 40. So I'll reserve 12k for that. If I put like another 5k into fire resist, oh yeah, let's do that. That's like 3k actually. Yeah, that's juicy. That's nice and cheap. Okay, so I'm gonna reserve a lot of this for weapon skill. We really only have a few more points to spend. I mean, I could do a little bit more int. At this point. What's my total HP? Right now it's 3k. Feels like I gotta just make a second mage for PvP. Be cool if we get like dual spec. For sure I messed up is that I put points into regen. I should have never done that. Strength is cheaper to get weapon and it does both. Strength give you HP? No, it doesn't. I don't think strength is a cheaper way to get weapon, is it? I would have to get 30 weapon skill. Hold on, let me think. Maybe it is better, actually. No, it's definitely not. That would be 10 weapon skill, and that's already 10k. Yeah, I'd have to go up to like... This would be 30 weapon skill. That's 60k. So we'll have to just invest in the weapon skill directly, because weapon skill directly is 40k for 12, or 40 points for 12k. So yeah, we'll put that directly into weapon skill. Do we want a few points in agility for fortitude? I don't think we need it. I just need to get slightly better gear, and I think we'll hit fortitude naturally. I need someone to confirm the fortitude recipe, though. I know I tested this the other day, but I don't remember what it was. Let's see if the FAQ has it. I don't see it in the FAQ. As your forward, if you're low, you can throw points in strength or agility for almost nothing. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be needed, but I might. I mean, yeah, this is like literally nothing. Okay, let me see how much we'll do with you. Let me see how much it changes. So I'm at 376. Okay, so 1 agility made it go up. And then 1 point nothing, 2 points nothing. Okay, yeah, it's every 3 points. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. All right, we'll do 20 agility, I guess. The rest of it, we should be able to get. That's 17. That's 50 more stats from gear. We'll definitely be able to get 50 more stats from gear. No problem. So, in the end, that agility is going to be wasted, but that's okay. It was only like 600 XP. Okay, yeah. So some of this is going to be reserved for weapon skill. The rest of it, I don't know. I might get a little more resist. I might get a little more dodge. I don't think it matters too much. I think the build's pretty much done. Got to 4th room, pulled the whole room, 4 mobs, and died. Yeah, that'll happen. You got to be careful with those. All right. Oh, I didn't even think of Vim, dude. Obviously, that's why. I was wondering why my fortitude was so much lower after Respec. It's because of Vim. Yeah, as soon as I cast Vim, we're over 400. I should have thought of that. Yeah. All right. So we didn't need to put points into agility, but that's okay. Let's Respec again. No. Let's, I don't know, solo dungeon? I was supposed to do solo dungeon. Remember 6 hours ago when we said we are going to do solo dungeon today? How's the gear market looking? I haven't done any marketeering in the last 48 hours. Is it cooked? Is hyperinflation here? What's it looking like? Yeah, /PvP to flag for PvP. Dude, I have so many weapon orbs. I need to just throw those away. And no accessory orb. Where are all my accessory orbs? Do I have any... Okay, let's try to get this chest piece finally to +1. Hey, it worked. Wow, they both worked. Okay, I need to pass all this stuff to my paladin, but not right now. So, depleted key. Search the Dale for an item to restore this key. Alright. Oh god, I'm nervous. I don't know if I have enough. I feel like I zapped all my brain power mid-maxing. Am I even ready to do this? What do people sell undercourse keys for? Here, I need to put some of this stuff. Let's get... I have so many... Why do I have so many courage scrolls? Alright, I'm all scrolled up. Let's put this away. Let's put this stuff down here. Sort that later. Get rid of these. I don't know how much inventory space. I don't think it's that long of a dungeon, right? I don't think I need that much inventory space. Very short dungeon? Yeah. Okay. Who sells the roast chickens? I got drunk. I didn't mean to do that. Where's the butcher, dude? Where are people getting these chickens from? Foods don't share a cooldown? You can run multiple different foods? You run all 3 from the butcher. Right next to the gyms. I don't think I know where the gyms are either. Not this way. Next to the house. Thank you. That was very helpful. Is it also next to the tree? Okay, there he is. So these all have different cooldowns? I guess they're not that expensive. They all stack to 5? Alright, sure. Why not? We'll go prepared. And then, is it past Hillsfar? I don't even actually know where this dungeon is. Half a mile before the dead end. Which side of the railroad tracks is it on? All right. Hopefully this isn't too embarrassing. I basically lose 40k if I die. Plus repairs. Oh, speaking of repairs. Yeah, that's good enough. All right, here we go, boys. Okay, so we need to bind one of these and then root the other one. I think they're both melee. Will he pull automatically? Okay. Okay, not too bad. Can I sleep while he's bound? You're in combat? Okay, word. I'm just gonna wait for buffs. I'm a little freaked out. I didn't want to take 40% damage right there. Okay, playing the game the way the developer intended. One more. All mobs are melee in this dungeon? You sure? This one says sorcerer. Clean. Didn't even touch me. Alright, now we nap. Sork is the boss from the first dungeon? Always runs at me and never casts. Huh. Okay. Let's see. What do we do this guy next? He looks like he wants to go next. I don't want him doing any strange nonsense. Okay. I'm bleeding. Time for a sandwich. And a turkey. And a pork. They're so cheap, we might as well. I don't need to take any chances here. So do we just teleport past the next pole, or is that greedy? It's a little tight up there. Maybe that's dumb. Maybe we kill these. Oh god. Okay, so it's fine. I should have ignited first. Okay, didn't need to shield there. It was overkill. Let's cast this big ass fireball from the first boss. Yeah, I'm ready to silence if he does that. Okay, I can just rebind after doing a combo. I don't think we need to wait for Inferno every time. Oh, Ignite only damages over 4 seconds. I thought it was more. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's silence that. I thought he was supposed to just run at me. He said he was just gonna run at me, dude. I panicked. I'm waiting for bind. Okay, easy kill. And I'm doing this so slowly and paranoid that my sleep is back up. Also, my buffs wore off. Why is this game so comfy, dude? It's like nostalgic, but fresh. Imagine lying like that. Never would bind, cast Inferno, and ice spells, then bind one? Yeah, I guess I can snare both. We don't have to bind right away. Okay. True. Let's do that. Am I close enough? That one should have died. Okay, we'll just do one more bind. It's kind of a weird spot. Let me... Yeah, I'll do this over here. Get a little more room. No corners. Alright. I'm so used to not using Fireball. These guys charge or anything? Okay. Seems like they just kind of just walk at you. These guys are definitely going to charge. They look like chargy boys. It really is nostalgic without all the clunkiness of all the ancient shit I've been trying on private servers lately. Yeah, it really is. Can we break down gear for materials? Is that not a thing? No, you just... well, yes, actually it is. You can break down gear for orbs, but you need orb extractors from winning an arena. Okay, we don't need mana. We're good here. I would probably only extract pink and purple. Unless you do a lot of arena, then maybe you can extract blue. But a lot of most of the gear you get, you're going to be vendoring. All the whites and greens are going to be vendoring. Unless you're fresh leveling, then some of the greens might be good. Okay. 11k health. How much do these things have? Also 11k? Alright. Not too bad. Not too bad. So... I feel like I can root them both. Oh, God. Okay, okay, I did it. Shielding. Yep, I immuned. Okay. Bind. This is fine. This is good. Okay, all according to plan. Boom. Solid execution by me, if I say so. Alright, bind is up. Let's do it. Oh, he's still got his charge off. Okay. That's fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. Major weapon orb. Major stress. If I get like just a little bit better gear, this is going to be a piece of cake though. What are we looking at? A dead end up here? No? Yes? No? Okay, that looks like it goes somewhere. This looks like... Oh, I was going to say this looks like a solo pole, but definitely not. That's stairs. Okay, let's go to the stairs. I am... Do I want to open with Inferno here? Yeah, if I Inferno and then bind both of... I don't want him to like flame me while I'm just gonna open with bind. I don't know who I had targeted there. Out of range. Okay, that was a little rough. Not quite what I planned. It's okay. Still got half my health. Let's chill. Wait for this dot to wear off. I just have to silence the flame. That's the only thing I'm worried about here. Let's rebuff. Bind Spirit does make this real cozy though, dude. It's such a nice reset. Hold middle mouse and drag? True. That's actually true. We should do that. Stairs equals boss and exit. We can stun that. He's not going to get it off. We're chilling. Nice. No damage. Okay. Let's get this chest. I've got to get the muscle memory of using Fireball again. What if it's a Mimic? Inventory is full. Oh yeah, I forgot to use my scrolls. Man, that filled up so fast, bro. I only killed like 5 mobs. Can I swipe for more inventory slots? For real. How's your gear with CR? I'm at 5.5k. It's not great. Everything's +1 except my weapon, which is +3. I still have a couple blue items. I think I have 3. Yeah, I still have 3 blue items. This one's really bad. This isn't even a good blue item. It's got range skill on it. Okay. He looks like the other guys who charge. The boss from the first dungeon, I could CC. Shit! I shielded too slow. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. He doesn't even hit that hard. I thought he was going to hit me for like half my health. Am I slow on that? He's getting that off when I feel like he shouldn't be able to. There we go. Oh yeah, the Howl of Terror. We shouldn't let him do that. No, no. Denied. I guess I can snare before the Inferno even lands. Alright, we did it! Was he the boss? Is he the final boss? We got a Divine Orb. And, decent chests. Decent chests. What am I using now? I've got Fire Resist and Courage. This is Health and Courage. I mean, that's an upgrade. Also, it's squid instead of goat, so it's more stats. It's like 4 or 5 more int and courage, and it's got health. You missed the good chest? I didn't miss anything. I'm still in here. I didn't leave. Oh, I once again forgot to use all the scrolls that I brought. That's funny. Stun is a hit scan. Yeah, I gotta like snare him while the Inferno is in the air instead of waiting for it to hit. I keep thinking that the Inferno is gonna break the snare, but it doesn't. That's other games. Okay, bit of an awkward angle here. We'll just go for it. I gotta start manually looting in here. Fills up too fast. Whoa, he's so fast. Relax, buddy. Okay, I'm just gonna start yeeting white items. Yeah, next run through I'll click all the loot instead of just sitting take all. Although I guess I don't really need like these extra potions either. Oh, a platinum strongbox. Okay, is this where I get my godly drop? Blessed Signet, agility, willpower, staff. Oh boy. Who's that for? I don't think that's for anyone. I guess, do we kill the rest of these guys for loots? Seems like they have decent loot. The amount of times they live with 1% is a lot. Need just a little bit better gear. This dungeon looks very chill on Mage. That was actually a lot easier than I thought it would be. I have so many mana serums. Never gonna use those probably. Okay, did I miss anything else? I think there was a pull over here. Out of range. I swear I pressed my shield there. Okay, I think that was it. Has an unused mana CD? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we need to carry mana pots. Feels like just a waste of inventory now. So, people sell those keys for 40k? Because it seems like kind of a good deal. Anyone want to sell me some? Just alone is a solid 100k drop. Yeah. That's so quick. It's like half the size of the other dungeon. Want to buy Undercourse? Is that what it's called? Undercourse keys 35k. Let's see if anyone goes for that. This guy says want to buy 10 barracks keys. Who's got 10 barracks keys lying around? Who's trying to group me? What are we doing? Boss the guaranteed divine. Nobody wants this ring, right? I don't even think that's good for cleric. What do you get for the agility? Nothing? A little bit of melee crit, maybe? This is decent. Decent little blue. Anybody want this? Strength, courage, weapon. Actually, I'm going to give this to my Palialt. That can be part of his starter set. What am I paying for this? Is this someone from chat or is this someone from world? Because I said 35k in world chat. Will he? Or is this one of you guys? Oh, he wants 40. Okay, fine. I don't actually care that much. Alright, so let's finish selling all this. Let's get rid of these mana pots. Should I keep a stack? Nah. They share a cooldown with health. Health potions are just always going to be better. Okay, goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Clean all this out. Do we equip these vestments? They're only fine. Man. They are an upgrade, though. Does it always drop an armor orb? What's the undercourse key for? A solo dungeon? Yeah, the dungeon we just did is the undercourse key, so we're gonna go run it again. Damn, I really need to pass this stuff off to my alt, though. Okay, everything's stacking so far. Do I have something to spin this miner on? Not really. I can really only use those to +1. +2 courage gems. Does anyone need these for free? I don't really have any use for them. +2 int. I can. Yeah, why not? We'll YOLO that into a ring. Okay, sweet. I have another open socket. I don't want to put it in any of the multi-socket items because. Oh, well, these are gonna get replaced. That's fine. I'll put it in there. Sweet. Okay. Huge gains. I'm gonna hold on to this. I still might equip that. Put that in the bank for the pally. We'll probably loot more of these orbs. Oh, I got a bunch of these too. Alright. That's good enough. Take the strength courage stuff. Okay, come to 27. The channel on the stream is fake. What I do with the depleted keys, you have to combine the depleted key with an Dale gem for an undercourse key. You get the Dale gems over in Hillsfar Dale. You have 7 low key? What does that mean? Seven barracks keys? How much did we make from that run? Well, this is a really good chess piece. I don't know if it's as good as it was 2 days ago, but this is pretty close to a perfect piece of pink gear. There you go, have fun. It is still pink though, so I don't know how many people have transitioned into like full purples by now. My undercourse keys 40k each. Okay, so 40k seems pretty standard for those. I just wish it was like a little easier to see the stuff that's rolling through chat. All right. Scrolling. Buffing. Now that I know what to expect, I think I can do this a little faster. Okay, missed last words. Almost did that without getting hits. Almost. Okay. Clean. Manual looting. Too many white items. Oh, he's already on me. Okay. Much better than the first run. How'd the respec go? I think I'm pretty happy with it. I did like 5 hours of theory crafting first. I'm still in range? Okay. Apparently I was still in range. Took a little more damage than I would have liked to take there. Just in case, let's have a little sip. Let's sip a little. Let's sip a little bit of apple juice. Okay, so it looks like he always tries to heal into Greater Flame. I don't know if that's 100%, but he's done that pretty much every time so far. I guess now that I'm feeling confident, we might as well full clear. None of the vendors sell belts? Correct. Yeah. Been working with the ChatGPT on a build tonight. Interesting that it really prefers getting health and mana from gear instead of XP past 500, 600 points. Yeah, that's odd, because getting like 800 health is dirt cheap. I think even 1,000 health is going to be a no-brainer for pretty much everyone. Oh god, out of range. It's all falling apart. Not in line of sight. Ugh, dude, I just need literally a tiny shred of more damage, and this will be even cleaner. I keep living with 1%. That's okay. My nap is up. Infernal's almost ready. Let's get a little closer for bind. There we go. Those are the crits we wanted. Weird LOS. Yeah. Okay, still LOS. I don't want none of that. Full panic. Look at this. Why do they keep living with no health? Alright. I got a 3% dodge on that last swing he did. Okay, that was actually my fault for not being buffed. That's why he lived with no health. Alright, we definitely want full health for these guys. They are scary looking. Did they hit me last time? I don't know if they actually hit me last time, but I'm going to assume that they're dangerous and scary. Need to be probably standing like right here. This is a sketchy corner. I don't know, dude. Yeah, I'm getting LOS. Now I'm getting range. I should have shielded. Okay, he didn't hurt that bad. kind of like blasted me through my shield there. I thought he was gonna charge again. There it is. Okay, so I need to get a bit better of a feel for the cooldown on that. I shielded too early. That was a little sketchy. That's okay. We still got 30% health. Not even close. Always the same heal and then flame. Where can I find the first pink items? I mean, you can get a pink item at level 1 if you're lucky. It won't be useful for very long, but it is possible. I panic clicked a white item. Combat looting. Okay, that teleport did nothing. Just line of sighted myself. Got hit anyways. Rip. Man, line of sight is so punishing in this game. It's like you think you have it, but you don't. Scorching Goats, pretty good little starter robe. It needs so much hand-holding. Once I told it 1,000 points and HP is 19k XP, it was like, oh, it's a no-brainer. Yeah, yeah. I don't know, dude. Some of its analysis I really liked. Like, I think just if you tell it exactly what math it needs to do, it's really good. But if you have it like make value judgments, I don't think it's very smart. And you need to, it needs to like know the exact. That's why I was trying to have Gemini make equivalency points. Because then it could just have like an XP per point rate, like very objective, mathematical. You have a level 3 pink shield? Nice. Okay, we can nap after this pull. I'll just eat some snackies. I kind of want to save the Inferno for the caster. Yeah, I'm just going to bind pull. Okay, saving Inferno was not the play. Never doing that again. I took so much damage there. I should have shielded. I mean, I could have mitigated some of that with the shield, but... Man, they are tanky, though. These sorcerers are tanky. Oh god, oh god, oh god. How much does that flame do if he gets it off? I gotta be careful. I gotta make sure I've got my silence up next time I do that. That was a little spooky. What did I level from 21 to 25? Killing Minotaurs is probably your best bets. There's a couple spots that are a bit faster, but it won't take you that long either way. Killing Minotaurs is nice because you get the keys to the barracks, which you're gonna need to get your gear farm going anyways. Is it true you can only have one key in your inventory at a time? It seems to be true. There's not really a good way of proving it one way or the other. I mean, nobody seems to have looted 2 in a row. So, yeah, it seems like you should bank every time you loot a barracks key. That's the current 10 foil. Okay. Don't need to top off. 95, 92. That's probably fine. That's what we call probably fine. No, I'm just gonna do it. It's 100 gold. Okay. Here we go. Okay, and then as soon as that wears off, we need a shield. Okay, that was faster than I thought. Okay, he only autos me for 360. That's not that bad. I do need to clean that up, though. Yeah, I really need to clean that up. Teleporting away from the Howl works. I just ignited him. Now I can't. Oh, okay. I'm choking. I was gonna bind, but I can't bind him when he's... dotted. Alright, no problems. Ooh, a godly shank. Whoa! That's worth a little bit of cash. Let's go ahead and get that in the inventory. Yo! Where'd it go? Agility, courage, range, weapon damage? Well, well, well. What do we think this is worth? I think the only way this could be better... Technically, agility strength is a little better for rangers. And then it could be pristine instead of fine. But that's a pretty sick piece, dude. 150k? Nah, it's worth more than that. It's worth more than that. I don't know. I'm going to throw it in world chat, see if I get any hits. We'll call it Biss, even though it's technically not perfect. There's not that many, like, full-on perfect items. Is Wolf the good one, or the B tier affix for agility courage? Wolf is the one. Courage and strength is the same. For ranger? Well, I don't agree, but I'll agree for the sake of selling the stagger for a lot of money. Alright. Posted taking offers. Let's see if anyone... 21 range weapon value. Sheesh, dude. Does not get much better. Want to check with Joel Zabby? Possibly. Umber, are you in chat? Zabby's definitely asleep. The game literally tells you it's second best. It does. One question, site Dreadmyst TB is fake. Can I buy over sites? Well, you just use the site to contact people. You don't have to like talk to people through the site. You just look at items there and then you message them in game. So as long as you don't just like give your items to someone for free, you can't really get scammed. Someone offered me 180k. That's hilarious. That's cute and adorable. Okay, go ahead and throw that in the Discord. Who else do we have that's playing Ranger? You'll buy for 150k? I'm sure you would, dude. I'm sure you would. Have a good dagger. Post that on DB for 1 mil at least. Do both party members need Dale key to enter? Dale is it's a solo dungeon, so you can't do it in a party. If you're talking about the tower key, then yeah, everyone in the group needs it for the group dungeon. Did I get everything? Did I get the chests? Okay, I don't know why I'm paranoid. Sweet. Well, that was a good haul. Okay. I'll probably do some more of these tomorrow. Boys, I'm going to call it here for tonight. Sorry that we only got like an hour of gameplay and 6 hours of theory crafting. Not the best ratio. But I feel like I have a really good grasp on mage builds now. And so we can probably make a guide for all of you who've been asking for one. And then we got a godly drop, dude. That's a really good drop. I like this drop. So probably run a bunch more of these tomorrow if I can keep buying these keys. If any of y'all want to sell your keys, then hold on to them for me. And we'll be back tomorrow. Let me see who else is streaming. I do not know any of these people. Do you guys know any of these streamers? You can definitely afford more keys? Yeah, I'm trying to buy more. Sequisha, only one I know? Yeah, he's the only one I know too. Alright, we'll go visit Sequisha. Thanks for hanging out, boys. Hope you enjoy the rest of your nights. I will catch you again very soon.